These struggles prove that the past is never past, and that what we put in the ground and water stays with us for many lifetimes. A fact which I know the activists in this room know all too well. Thank you for inviting me to be a part of today.
Okay, I think we're all set. Good morning, everyone. My name's Dr. Jason Kanoff. I'm going to be the moderator for panel 1, Bearing Witness, Testimonies from the Front Lines. I'm the director of the Freshwater Policy Institute at the National Great Rivers Research and Education Center, which is just across the river in Alton, Illinois. And I'm also a professor in the biology department at St. Louis University, which is just across the street. So, we have a wonderful group of panelists this morning, and for the first session, we are going to have them introduce themselves, tell us what organization or group they're representing and what their organization does, and use that as a platform to continue the rest of the day. So I think what we'll do is just go right down the line. If folks could introduce themselves, introduce your organization, what your organization does, and how your organization advocates. I think, Simile, would you mind getting from your end?
Good morning. Yes. Hi. My name is Semeli de Aslan, and I'm coming from El Paso, Texas, right there on the U.S.-Mexico border. I'm with the organization La Mujer Obrera. That's Spanish translated for the woman worker. We've been around since 1981, organizing women workers on the border, mostly Mexican, Spanish-speaking women. We do community-led organizing and advocacy, which is something that is not very prevalent on the U.S.-Mexico border because it's so militarized, but we have a long history of doing so. And so our work in environmental racism has been over the past 40-some years, battling the industrial zones and pollution that surround us.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Brittany. I also work with Semeli at La Mujer Obrera. So as she mentioned, we're based along the U.S.-Mexico border, and we're not a few miles from the border. Our neighborhood is directly next to the border. So our neighborhood is Barrio Chamizal, and the majority of our population, we have over 7,000 residents. The majority of us are, over 3,000 are children, and the majority of our households are women-led households, low income. So as Seme mentioned, we have over 40 years of organizing in that community, and we've always organized based around the needs of the people that are living there. Back then it was the factories, and now it's, as Seme mentioned, fighting against environmental racism, fighting the gentrification, fighting against the treatment of our children in schools that are inadequate and neglected, as well as still trying to push out the industry in our community. So that work is very difficult work. So apart from defending our community against all of those injustices, we also focus on creating the community that we want for our children, for ourselves, because it's not enough to just fight against these things. It's all on top of it being exhausting. We also have the solutions to create that alternative. So we focus on both the defending and the creation of the community that we want and that we deserve, as well as the right to stay in that community, and continue to build.
Organization is called Kingdom Pathways. Our story is within our name. Our kingdom of Hawaii was overthrown. And what we aim to our kingdom. So, sorry. It's difficult. Reverend was saying that we have to get out there and speak upon the things that a lot of us don't want to do. So we work in environmental justice. We work on septic and cesspool conversions. We work on our lead lines in our schools. We do native tree planting for our mitigation of runoff. We also have a water testing lab out at our high school, and we do that. We do a lot of things, and I'll share later of how we got into that work, but that's kind of the gist of what we do out there in Waianae.
My name is Reverend Errol E. Dorville. I'm from Manatee County, Florida. A very small community. And our mentality has been for years, if you notice my dress attire, I have sports, leisure, all on to combat this cold weather here in St. Louis. But this is my point. Our community has been one just like I am today. Just take what you get and deal with it. Just deal with it. And not only that, that has also been the theology that has been coming out of our churches, where you just take what you get and God will take care of you. God will take care of you. But I'm also reminded out of the scripture where the word of God teaches us that we ourselves has to do something in the fight. If it ain't nothing but hold up the arms of Moses. The Bible says that when Moses let his arms down, Israel started losing. But he had Aaron on one side and on the other, and they had to prop up his arms, and as long as they propped up his arms, I stopped by to tell y'all that as long as we got meetings like this where we have folk who have been through what we're going through and folk who don't know what to do, as long as we got folk there to prop us up, to let us know we will win, we will fight this fight and be victorious. I truly believe, because Goliath may be big, but there is a David out there. There is a David.
Good morning. My name is Terry Barnes, and our organization is Frustrated Victim in East St. Louis. It has been a really challenge. We started this organization in October of 2024. We are so grateful and thankful for to legal service for encouraging us and being there for us, because without leaders in East St. Louis, we have no support. And we've been going through this since 2014, and it has really been a struggle.
Good morning. My name is Carl Barnes Sr. I'm the husband of Terry Barnes. But first, I'd like to just give accolades to Equity Legal Services tremendously, because I feel like I can say we're the baby of the bunch. In October of last year was when we began to connect with Equity Legal Services and then get the ball rolling. In 2014, my wife called me from work in a panic. And I worked 15 minutes away from where I lived. By the time I got home, our street was flooded. There was water at my ankles. Within 1 hour time, I had 4 feet of water in our basement. I'm standing up to my waist in water. And we reached out to the city, and very little was done. But over the years, it didn't get better, it only got worse. And so my wife she began to talk with neighbors in the community. And that's what got the rolling. Again, our organization is Frustrated Flood Victims St. Louis. And so we are the baby of the bunch, but it's a struggle, it's a challenge for us to get started because, with the kickoff is very hard. And to get people to come along and join in is very, very challenging. But with Equity Legal Services, we began to get neighbors involved in a part of it. But I like to say it's very uplifting as I look to my left and my right, and I see those who are sharing the same, if not similar, situations that we are. So this, as far as being the baby of the group, is very motivating and uplifting because it's hard when you're trying to make the initial kickoff and you get very little support. So I thank all of you for sharing this platform with me this morning. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Buenos dias. My name is Delia Barajas. Me llamo Delia Barajas. I come from Cicero, Illinois, which is actually a small town like 4 blocks away from the city of Chicago. Cicero is an environmental justice committee that we deal mostly with environmental injustice and racism. A lot of the work we do, we're inspired. I'm a co-founder of Voces Fieles Comunitarios. We are also inspired by the word of the Lord, which is Laudato Si. And Laudato Si is actually take care of our common home. And that's many of us, all we want to do is make sure we live in a safe environment. And unfortunately, whether it is, well, we know it's racism because environmental justice communities are usually Black folks and people of color and rural communities that are white as well. So most of the work we're doing, we have a coal tar facility, which is called Coppers, who's been in violation for many years. And so we are addressing that issue. We also live in the community where we host the largest wastewater facility all of the US, which we're one of 7 called the Stickney plant. And the Stickney plant there's 7 wastewater facilities throughout the area, and we're the largest and the only one that is not disinfected. So a lot of times we see folks in those waters that have all these pathogens and bacteria. A lot of them folks don't know, like we get a lot of the wealthier universities are rowing on there and things like that, and they don't know. So we are actually challenged that as well. So that's one of the things which is called a triennial review in regard to the not having a clean water quality there. But one of the most recent things since this administration, our people are under attack. Not that they have never been an attack, but Black and brown folks have been under the attack with this administration in regards to kidnapping us, taking our children from schools, arresting our folks. If you're working or you're roofers, wherever your work is, they're taking away folks with their military guns, and we are being kidnapped. It doesn't matter if we are not, our citizens have been taken away as well, dragging them and scaring people, putting fear. But we, the community, are the people who are going to change this. So it's the people who are actually making sure that our folks are safe. One of the things that really was could not understand how there was this building, an apartment building, and there was a lot of asylum seekers there. And then they were all actually some African-American folks. Well, what they did in their helicopters came down, took the Black folks, put them in one bus, and then took another bus and put brown folks. I mean, where have we heard that before? History does repeat itself, or worse. And so thank you, Equity Services, for inviting me here.
Smart. Hi, good morning. Sorry, y'all. wrong time zone and wrong way with the Uber driver. So I apologize. And I'm gonna sort of read off of my phone a little bit just because I'm a little bit flustered. My name is Jessica Kitso. I used to be a community organizer with Tonajona Ane. That's translated in English as Sacred Water Speaks. It's a Navajo nonprofit environmental organization, and we're located in the northeastern part of Arizona on the Navajo Nation. I know that there are several campaigns going, but the area that I work in is energy and energy development and energy policy. I ran a couple of campaigns a year ago on hydrogen and transmission line advocacy within our communities. We also do, sorry, I should go back and and say the mission of our organization. The mission is to protect water and bring power back to our Dene communities impacted by coal. So the other campaigns that we run are around the protection of the Navajo sandstone aquifer, preventing it from industrial use, reclamation of coal mines, watershed restoration, hydrogen educational outreach, transmission line community benefit support, and developing new language for our tribe's energy policies address the challenges we see today. I do a lot of community-based level work. And if you don't know the Navajo Nation and how vast it is, from the east side to the west side of our nation is over 200 miles long. So a lot of communities, it's just driving intensive, waiting intensive. And so I mostly do work within my communities. There's over 110 different communities, or how we say chapters. And each one of them is impacted by the energy sector. And I'm sure I'll go into more later on. So thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Cora Jackson. I hail from the great state of Mississippi, a small Delta town called Shaw. If you blink, you'll miss it. We have a population of under 2,000, and I am affiliated with a small nonprofit called Delta Hands for Hope, which is under the auspices of Together for Hope. And my work in the community and my role, I'm a professional licensed social worker of 30 years. But more than that, I'm a servant. And my servantship has brought me to St. Louis, Missouri on a cold day. You can tell I'm up here freezing with my friend here. But just happy to be among so many that are fighting for social justice. Part of our role at Delta Hands for Hope is that we are advocates for children and their families, K through 12. And we try to address the spiritual, the emotional, social, financial, and educational needs of those individuals in our community. I want to stop and give a special thanks to a young lady who came to our community and really helped me to see the importance of my work and the role of the work that needs to be done in the community, and that's Teresa Gilner. Yeah. It's because of her work in part that we found out how vastly unincorporated our water system was, and how those issues are negatively impacting our children and families in the community. And so because of that, that work, looking at our water systems. I grew up in a small community where it was common to see cesspools. It was common to see sugar ditches. And even now, it's still common. So that tells you there's a real social systemic problem there that needs to be addressed. And I'm hoping that from this gathering, that if there is one person or one thing that can be done, I can take the information back and give it to the people who will make efforts to change the trajectory of the lives of the individuals who are in Shaw, those people who will never get to St. Louis, those people who will never have an audience to say, we need this or that. Finally, I'll just say that my community is rooted in advocacy for economic justice. There's a case called Hawkins versus the town of Shaw that was initiated in 1969. And this case sort of set the paveway for individuals, African-American individuals across the Mississippi Delta to have their voices heard about systemic justices around water issues, sewer issues, light issues, those things, as you said, which are rights and not privileges. And so I'm standing on the shoulders of some great giants, and I'm very, very happy and elated to be able to support my community and to address these issues so that our people can be healthy, they can have longer lives, and they can once realize that these things are not normal and it should not be taken as normal, that there needs to be some changes. And if we never say anything, we'll continue to see the kinds of things that we're experiencing. But together, we can work to change some of these issues and make our future and the future of our children a little bit brighter for tomorrow.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
It is truly an honor and a privilege to be here. So I thank God, number one. Number two, I thank Equity Legal Service, Urban League, and all the partners, Earth Justice, WashU, Jose, everyone. I thank you all for coming on board. My name is Yvette Lyles, and I am with Centerville Citizen for Change. And I do see some of my members out in the audience. So thank you all for being here. It is truly an honor and privilege again to be here. Our issue is dealing with raw sewage and flood waters for over 50 years, where the politicians that we have elected has totally elected us. This has gotten to the point so bad that it has affected not only our homes, and when I say affected our homes, I mean destroying our homes. Our health is endangered as well. It is sad to say that we live in the United States of America, and as the pastor said, the government, we the people, you got to understand, we the people together can make a difference. Individually, it's going to be hard, but collectively, collaborating, we can make a difference. We live in the United States of America where basic needs should be supplied. Excuse me for detouring a little bit, but spending $300 billion for a ballroom isn't going to help our communities. So these are the things that we need to advocate on behalf. Everyone deserves clean water. Everyone deserves safe neighborhoods. Infrastructure changes. You all, I need you to go with me on this trip. Imagine, he said 4 feet in your basement. Imagine in your home where your furniture, everything is destroyed. Your house smells like a cesspool because raw sewage invades your home. It destroys your walls, your floors, your furniture. You can't reuse it. So you have to keep starting over and over and over again. We don't have that kind of income to keep doing that. There was once a time when Centerville was a beautiful place. It was. I mean, we had all mixture of people living in East St. Louis and Centerville. It was a thriving community. Now it's desolate, meaning all the business are pulled out. So when we had white flight, that meant all of our business left, and it left us to poverty. Some of us are more social or economic advantaged than others, and some are less. But nonetheless, we're all in the community together because we love where we lived at. And we, for 50 years, have been complaining to our local politicians. They did absolutely nothing. Town hall meeting after town hall meeting, nothing was done. So Equity Legal Service, thank you all for taking on that mantle to help us get this started. Urban League, thank you all. And again, none of this will be without collaboration. So I'm grateful for this great opportunity to have all of us together. I pray to God that we all walk away with something different where we can help each other out in our community, and that we know that a change will come. It will come. I'm not a singer, so I'm not going to profess that I'm a singer. But Sam Cooke's song, A Change is Going to Come, I hold that near and dear to us because I've seen so many of our community residents on our block die. And I'm quite sure if you resume their bodies, they will be discovered as having H. pylori that caused them GI cancers, which is what a lot of them died from, or heart attacks. No one should be living like this in the United States of America. Irv Justice, thank you all. We appreciate everybody. And I want to let you all know this. Together, collaborating, we can make it. Separate is going to be a struggle. No man should be standing alone when we got all these environmental injustice issues that we're dealing with. So again, I thank you and I appreciate this conference.
Okay, thank you to all our panelists, and I'm really truly struck and excited about the range of regions that are covered and the opportunity I think that's probably going to present for learning and exchange today. And so with that in mind, I'm going to touch on some of Reverend Pinckney's comments today about challenging and, you know, getting the action that needs to be made. If we could go down the line again and talk about areas where you feel like you are lacking in resources, and I don't necessarily mean financial resources, but lacking in resources to make that challenge as effective as possible. And what I'm thinking about, in addition to the immediate value of those answers, is the value of learning from each other and general awareness about how, you know, we're going to have similar themes, I expect, among these different cities, but there's going to be unique instances of challenges as well. And so I think maybe see this as an opportunity for awareness among the group and among the audience to further the discussion for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Yes, Semeli, El Paso, Texas, La Mujer Obrera. It's really important that we meet people where they're at. I think when we talk about our community, Barrio Chamizal, on the border, we're talking about not just a community that, according to the recent census, is one of the poorest neighborhoods in the nation. We're talking about a community that we know is 98.7% Spanish speaking. Talking about a community that we know is more than 93% immigrant households. These are people's lives, right? And often, we as organizers in a community as such, in meeting people where they're at, that means understanding the language, the culture, the path, the struggle, understanding the struggle that they face every day. And so when we talk about resources, we as organizers and advocates have been demanding resources for a divested community for decades. When we advocated to get the commercial semi-trucks out of our neighborhood and off the Puente Libre, the international bridge, that took a national effort of a $6 million investment for that renovation. That's an investment for our people, but again, we need more than that. When we fought for housing and got $93 million towards the renovation and getting the lead out of the soil, that's an investment for the people long term. That means that our kids have safer playgrounds to play in. And so our investment in resources and advocacy comes from multiple places. And I think it's important that despite the fact that we're poor, despite the fact that we speak Spanish, despite the fact that we're overwhelmingly just women and children trying to survive, right? We must meet the community where they're at always. And so that means that we live in the community, we celebrate with the community, we mourn with the community, but we're this.
Brittany, also from La Mujer Obrera. As far as resources, something that is often hard to come by is just the breathing space to organize and to continue doing the work. And it is sometimes it is hard not to talk about the financial, right? Since it's so a lot of it is dependent on that, right? but even beyond that, whenever something as simple as for us organizing and the important spaces where we bring our community together is often not seen as like, oh, that's a tangible result, or it can't be measured right by numbers. But what we see whenever we have gatherings in our community garden and in our outdoor spaces is we see children playing just freely, being allowed to play and explore in nature, as an alternative to us not having green spaces in our community. So because we have an industrial community, it's very much noticeable in the historical neglect, right? Our infrastructure was built to exploit the people that live there, which is why we don't have housing that is for families, that is for children. The majority of us are women and children, but the housing is not adequate and is not safe for women and children. And we don't have parks. It's like cement. You walk or you drive through an area, it's cement on top of cement. There's no green infrastructure. There's no places, there's no shade. Mind you, El Paso is a desert area. So that's a access to even just green infrastructure, and not just any type of green infrastructure, right? But in a place in a desert where it gets really, it's sunny year round, 90-degree weather, right? This is the weather here is so different. I did not pack prepared for this. So we feel the heat. And when there's cement, it gets even hotter, right? So we don't have those spaces. We don't have those resources to be able to breathe and for our children to play. So even just having that, right, where we have a gathering and our children are able to be there and they're safe and nobody's going to tell them anything for getting muddy or for getting dirty, is so critical to the work that we do, and it helps them, right, in their emotional and their cognitive development, all of those things that sometimes people may not see it as such, because we don't have degrees, we didn't go to school, we didn't study environmental justice, environmental racism. We're just raising our kids, right, the best that we can, and yeah, integrating them into these practices. The other thing is the importance of us being able to do that together. So another key element of our organizing work is that we're intergenerational. We don't separate our children from any of the work that we do. Our children are always in meetings. They're out there protesting with us. They're talking to the press, children to elders, because that we recognize that within our own community, that's the only way that we're going to be able to keep this work going. Our elders have survived for so long during under these conditions that they know how to keep surviving, and they are able to pass that knowledge on to our children, in a system and in a place where our children are often told your parents and your grandparents have nothing of value to give to you. We reject that, and we understand that it's critical for them to have that knowledge and for that knowledge to be passed on in order for them to survive when they're old enough. That way, whenever they do have to face the reality and the conditions of their neighborhood, it doesn't shock them and it doesn't squish them, that they're able to come out of that more resilient, and prepared, right, to deal with those injustices and to continue making the changes that we need in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Yes, resources. I think the first thing I want to say is that we want and should demand the same thing that communities that are not Black and brown, that other communities that are not Black and brown are getting. We need justice and we need fairness. And is that a resource? Absolutely. And, and in many communities, it's a privilege. We need those same things and we need to demand that. We need to, call out the indifference and the greed. And I have to talk about that because as almost every panelist has said today, they've talked about the coal. Well, I must share with you all on May 16th, just what, 5 months ago, we were hit by a EF3 tornado, primarily affecting the Black community. You know, the city of St. Louis has just issued a recovery center and call center to really help folks. FEMA came in 3 weeks after the tornado. They initially, for 3 days, was on the ground. They got orders from Washington, D.C. to not go door to door and be on the ground. I mean, it's a nightmare. As cold as it is, we have people living in tents on their property. We have, I mean, it's just a nightmare. And we have to continue to demand that we are treated fairly. It will not happen if any of you who have come in, looked at the news, and I watched the news, the local news this morning before I left, there was nothing mentioned about anything going on regarding the tornado impacted area. We're talking about possibly 16,000 people who are affected, 10,000 households. I mean, that is substantial. And we had a director of the Tornado Relief Office to say something like, well, you know, that's only a small portion of the city. So, you know, we need to do what Reverend said, you know, we just have to call it out and be prepared to do whatever we need to do. Just speaking to some specific resources that we need in our community is we need a space where the community can meet. We don't have a office in the community or a building, which makes a big difference. Every church where we have worked and met, all the churches in our community are damaged. You know, we have a couple of churches that are in the more affluent area of the community that did not get as much damage, not our community, but another community near us. So we've had to have our meetings there. So we do need a place. So we need space. We are doing air monitoring. Air pollution is a major problem, was before the tornado. A lot of asthma, allergies, in our community. So in our community, we're doing air monitoring. We thank A2 or the Anthropocene Alliance. Some of you may be familiar with them. Through them, we were able to get connected with Thriving Exchange. And so we are doing that. And we're also about to do soil testing. So we need to be able to work with a lab where we can test for more than lead. I found a lab that will test for lead, but they won't test asbestos and some of the other metals. And we know it exists because we live in old houses in these communities and the metals are there. So thank you.
When you talk about resources, that is a problem. That is a problem, a major problem. You're not going to get the resources that you need to fight. But one thing you can do, and it doesn't take a whole lot of money, is to start educating the community. You can step out and educate, and educate some more. The more knowledge that you spread around the community, the more people willing to fight. We put together a team with myself, Elin, Cindy, and our attorney. And the main objective was to make sure that we have the resource of knowledge. And we went after it. So I would say to each and everyone here today, make sure that you educate, and educate some more the community.
So for Hawaii and my community, we are the most Native Hawaiians on all 8 islands that live in Waianae. We don't have resources, period. So our organization, what we aim to do is create spaces where we can kuka, talk story. And we are intergenerational. We involve our kupuna and our keiki, so our elders and our kids, to be a part of the conversation and part of the solution. Some of the resources that we've helped get is bringing the state revolving fund to solve some of our cesspool issues. We've gone after grants to provide green spaces in our public spaces, and using native trees to bring that back and have resources and feed our people. We've partnered with Surfrider Foundation, the Blue Water Task Force, to help us with our water testing and creating that lab in our high school. So we're out there, we're finding our resources because we don't got any and nobody's going to come and save us. So we got to save ourselves. Yeah.
Every one of our communities are, some communities has been hit and immediately you can see the devastation. But then if you come from Tallahassee, Florida, Manatee County doesn't recognize that Tallahassee has been hit because of borreliosis, because of the water contamination, even in the aquifer. And for years and years, we've been living there, drinking the water, breathing the air, and if anybody ever did any research on borreliosis, there is not a hospital or a doctor. There was one in the Midwest who can identify borreliosis. Borreliosis will take your breath away. And there was a plant by Lockheed Martin right there. And we guys were proud to be workers of that plant. We were proud there. But now we have to live with all of that stuff and where we look normal, but we don't know the effect because tests has shown this person died of cancer, that one died of cancer. This lady never had a kid. She lost miscarriage, 3 and some 2 and some 4 miscarriages. But we all normal and we just take it like it is. And so the resources that we need, we don't know the magnitude of all the things that we need to help a community such as this. When you have every one of your family members who have died in the last 40 years of some type of cancer, Mark said they never saw the cancer my mother had. Moffitt Center, the specialist on cancer, says you never saw this type of cancer before.
Yeah. We have a major problem resourcing East St. Louis with the senior citizen. It's just hard to get the community out to go to a city council meeting because they saying that they don't care, they're not gonna do anything about it. And with me having a business for 26 years in my daycare, I have a daycare in our home. So when my husband said the water was up 4 feet, so just imagine you had to tear up all your walls and my heart goes out to you. The kids can't able to play. That's how I was. My children couldn't go outside and play. And then, I mean, it's a lot. And I do believe that East St. Louis can do better than what they're doing. And it's hard because all the water from Federal Heights and Shallow come down to East St. Louis. So it backs up in our backyard where we can't get off in or out on our street. So like I said, I believe, you know, we can do better as we doing, even as a community, but they're just so afraid to get out and talk. So like I said, we just have to continue to uplift each other in prayer. And I always say, Lord, why me? God, I would say, why not you? Because like we in the middle in our community and we get all the water, all the water. So like I say, I'm just still grateful and blessed to be alive.
Well, we're
Carl-
talking about.
Carl, can I interrupt you for a minute? Just to say on schedule, I think we're going to take a pause now, but this group will remain for the second panel, so we'll be able to continue this discussion. But we'll to stay on schedule, we'll take a short break and then come back in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. And can we thank our panel once again? Just get a amplifier or something.
You have to be quite the go-getter when you're running your own business. Doesn't hurt if you have the Google file.
All right, thank you, everyone. And we are breaking at the moment, so you can take this time, use the restroom. Restrooms will be to the right. You come out here, take a right at the registration table, all the way down past the curved wall, and you'll run right into the restrooms. All right, we will convene for the second panel at 10:15. Thank you.
Oh, a little step right there. Okay, I got a little step.
Hello, y'all have a good break.
Oh,
They're working on the temperature, so bear with us. A lot of people are really cold. You're good. So you got a hoodie on, so you're doing good.
He's been a little bit below.
Yeah, it's a little much.
Bring the heat.
Thank you for being here. Because that's why we thought, right? I think it would be encouraging to take your holiday alone to other people or start it off.
Nissan Rogue has been named a Consumer Guide Best Buy for 11 years in a row.
Well, your part is.
Drive the award-winning Nissan Rogue today.
Yeah.
Bring it more and more to light.
Yep. Oh, really? Uh-huh. Okay. Florida. Right. Yeah. Then I just, we want everybody to keep in touch. We're just on the side, so, yeah, helping everybody. So we still might want to Yeah. Yeah, play the rest of it. What got? Stay, okay, I get 10, 12, and then like started. Okay, all right, yeah, we were for a minute. Yeah, we actually ended up back on time, but I just kept it, you know what I mean? We don't go rush. Okay, so did they do maintenance yet, did they say? They were. Fair. Maybe that's something to tell your fans. No, I'd already thought about it. I'd already thought it. Everyone is. No, but I know, no. But I know you. Wasn't. In town, 10, 12 for all panelists and then everybody there. Yep. Doing okay with that? Oh, I know, they're working on it. We opened the doors and the maintenance is supposed to be, so thanks for bearing with us. Wow. It was Mikla. Okay.
Leah's working hard, growing. Pampers is working hard, keeping him dry. Only Pampers Swaddlers has a Keep Dry liner to keep him comfortably dry.
Doing okay? Is that another person who fell? Here, you want me to move this over? Okay, thank you so much. I think we can. Man, you guys love. Okay. Okay. Missing a panelist. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Thank you for everyone for getting your breaks in and jotting out the door to get some warmth. I know that it's a little chilly. Miss Taxi with your blanket. But we are working on getting that fixed. We have the doors and some more warm air. So thank you for being patient and flexible with us this morning. So without any further ado, I am going to start the second panel. My name is Nicole Nelson. I am with Equity Legal Services as well. And so the second panel, as you see, is called Good Trouble. And we really just want to talk about kind of where things overlap. And I think Jason hit on it a little bit earlier, right? But we really want to hear from struggles you have in your different various roles. So one of the first questions I have for you all is, and I also want to preface with this, right? Not everyone has to answer every single question. So we have about maybe 4 or 5 questions we'll get through. Answer the things that resonate with you, right? It's kind of like I used to say in church, get in where you fit in, right? With the choir and such. So the first question I have is, what innovations or community-led solutions are you proud of that others should know about?
Bonjour, monsieur, madame, mademoiselle. Comment allez-vous? Très bien, merci. Et vous? Jacques Daniels. No. One of the greatest things I can say that Centerville Citizens for Change has got, I call it good trouble, and that's getting the state, local, elected, whatever you want to call them, don't do anything officials, taking it up to a higher level, getting the social media out there, public awareness, and making sure that we know that we are doing things to make our community better. It's hard and it's difficult, but I know with perseverance, I have seen us grow from 2018. Thank you, Jesus, to 2025. And there's a big difference in when you can get your information out there, not just to your knowledge is power. It is, but funding levels the playing field. And we have corporate America who has so much money. I think we need to figure out how to tap into corporate America, because you know those are tax write-offs they get, right? Or am I wrong? Do anybody know anything about those tax write-offs? We need to capitalize on that, because in the United States of America, there are so many corporate billions of dollars that grants are great. We need those grants. We need the funding. We do. And that's how we're going to make a change. And that's how we're going to take care of our communities, with the knowledge and with the funding, but also making sure that we do what we're supposed to do to get everyone involved. The community residents, I hate to say this, the non-cooperative local politicians that are shady, and I'm not going to call any names because I don't want to put anybody on Front Street. What you say? Oh, no, you don't. Okay, Ariel. Okay, Ariel. But nonetheless, I just thank God that we are doing this, and it is challenging. But when you say get in trouble, get in good trouble. And good trouble is about bringing a change in your community. And I'm old, so I don't have a lot of years ahead of me like I got behind me. So I want to see some of these changes in effect, where before we get up out of here, we can see some change in our community for the better. Though our children may not live in the homes that we worked hard to pay off, someone who comes behind us will live in a cleaner and a safer environment, where they don't have H. pylori, where they don't have contaminated soil. And with that, I'm done.
Thank you, Miss Yvette.
Wonderful. Let's give her a hand for that. Some of the things I think my community in Shaw, Mississippi should be proud of, and you all might want to know about it. Again, I'm part of Delta Hands for Hope, which is a grassroots operation that we began in the community in about 2007. So some of the things that we have been very successful in doing is creating a space for children to come and to learn. Our school system has been failing for many years now. And so Delta Hands for Hope provides a space for our children to come, be nourished, be educated, and to grow socially, emotionally, spiritually. So I'm very proud of that and the work that we've done. During the height of COVID, our small organization became a hub for other small communities across the Mississippi Delta, where we were delivering food boxes for families who were in need, but we also were giving food items to our elderly and making sure that they were taken care of. Right now, we're teaching our children about social enterprise, and we're helping them to understand entrepreneurship, which is something that they have been very excited about. So just trying to invest in social capitalism where they will want to stay home. We've had a lot of attrition from our young people leaving the community. So helping them to understand the importance of being in the community, but also being a part of the work that needs to be done has been something that we've very much prided ourselves on.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Anybody else feel called to? Carmen, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to share what kind of good trouble we get into out on the west side. We call out our elected officials. We tell them what we want and we want to see. And so one of the incidents was there's been a 10-year problem, a lot of online complaints. Our senator at the time actually lived in the community. So it's kind of baffling why they were complaining about this city beach park having prostitution, drugs, needles on the beach, you name it, everything was there. We had dry trees and just, it was unkept by the city and county. So I went to one of their neighborhood what is it called? Neighborhood watch groups, and just sat in and listened to the complaints. And I said, you know what, let's do something about it. I don't know how to write a resolution, but I'm sure Google will tell me. And I went and wrote a resolution, but within that resolution, we're not just stating problems, we're giving solutions for each and every one of those issues. Went to the full city board, and I saw, like my partners at the Capacity Collaborative, they call it systems change. So with our resolution for that specific beach park, other council members said, I want to adopt that in my community because we are facing the same exact issues. So that resolution across our state is enacted now on the city council. And so, yeah, thank you. That's the kind of work we see. We want to have our people show up and testify because we tell them that it's your voice that matters. It's your lived experience that nobody can deny that there's an actual issue. And we're talking to our elected officials, right? And that changed a lot of things, like as far as funding our enforcement, which for city is HPD. It got them to close the park earlier. And so, yeah, that's kind of causing good trouble around on the west side.
Absolutely. Thank you, Carmen. I want to piggyback off of that. And Reverend Pinckney, if you want to answer this. You talked about drafting a resolution. I'm curious to know how many of you, and Reverend Pinckney, you can go after I give this question. How many of you have experience in drafting policy or resolution? And has it been helpful for you? I think a lot of communities sometimes feel like you said, they don't know how or what would I do, right? But I think that's a really great way to organize and put something, like implement something concrete. So Reverend Pinckney, I'll give that to you.
Okay, I think when it comes to whatever going on in the community, you should be there also to put your input in. You can also, be part of the policy writing. You got to have a team with you with knowledge about policy writing. See, one thing I learned about dealing with the elected officials is that you have to be in their face in order for them to understand the seriousness, because we had lead pipes that fortunately we had them all removed. We had lead as high as 886 parts per billion of lead, 600 parts per billion of lead, and 400 parts per billion of lead. And they were trying to shift the blame to someone else, not so they wouldn't look bad. But in reality, now they have now accepted the fact that they're responsible for it. And that's with the pressure that we had applied to them. I had to testify for over 8 hours with their lawyers and stuff like that. And I explained to them what needs to be done. When we talk about policies, you see, we have to make sure that we have the right people in place to make sure that we write the policy correctly. We just can't get out here and write a policy. You got to have people, got to have lawyers, you have people who know, and you got to go through the procedure. So the best thing we can do is make sure that we're doing the things that's going to help the community. And I mean, at all costs. I mean, I put everything into it because my thoughts is for the children, strictly for the children. That's what I fight for. And I'm going to continue fighting for our children.
Thank you. Thank you, Reverend Pinckney.
On both of those questions, back to the power of testimony. You know, there's so many examples. I want to give a couple, but real quickly, like when we found lead in the playgrounds at our public housing and public schools, they literally told us that according to the EPA, it wasn't enough lead to do remediation, right? Like, but the CDC says that no amount of lead is, right? So between these two government entities, we couldn't get justice, right? So we, bypass that part, right? And we push people's testimonies. We push the reality. We put that in their face, and that is what changes the situation. The policies have always been built against us. They're working for what they were intended for, right? And on the US-Mexico border, our neighborhood, Barrio Chamizal, which has the most busiest international port of entry, literally in our backyard, like literally, that is our neighborhood. All these commercial trucks coming through, these NAFTA maquiladora trucks polluting our air. We have a cancer cluster. When that port of entry was getting renovated, everybody told us, because we said as residents, we want the trucks out. You're going to renovate it, you better get the trucks out. Everybody told us it was impossible. The congresswoman told us it was impossible. The city told us it was impossible. The EPA told us it was impossible. But guess what? We got the trucks out. And we did it with the power of testimony. Because the legal, the confines of the legal system could not help us. The confines of the political system could not help us. All we could depend on was the people. And the power of the people is what changes things.
That's right. Thank you, Semelly.
Hello. Can you hear me? Okay. I'd just like to add to that on the policy part of it. It's great to have policies, but when you're making policies, please include the citizens that it affect in your policy making decisions, because it's a process and we do need the lawyers, we need policy writers, we do, but you want to be inclusive, not exclusive. We were a bunch of dumb old people who did not know what we were doing. And look at us now. We're not a bunch of dumb old people who do not know what we're doing. We are doing things to make a difference in our community, and policies are needed in everything that we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yvette.
And I just want to quickly add, even though policies are written and sometimes should favor us, but unless we the people hold them accountable and make sure they carry out the policy to benefit us, it will not benefit us. So, it's very important, but we have to do the work.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback off what you were saying in regards to keeping us out of policies, because what my experience has been is when these universities get funding to start creating studies, but they come to us after the fact.
That's right.
And what is a study without the most impacted folks? And they always seem to forget that. Recently I received a call in regards to, because we're trying to disinfect the Chicago Sanitary and Shipyard Canal. So that comes all the way to the Mississippi, all the way to the Gulf of Mexico. So it's important, and it's important to realize is that we're all interconnected here. And what if I do something, it'll impact you. Flushing the toilet goes somewhere. Building a big building has its own impact. So what I have been having a lot of issues, and folks who are here creating new studies for funding, the first place you should stop is with us. We are the frontline folks who are impacted. Your scientists get money for doing which they should, that we deserve to get paid as well for our time and strategies. We are the most important people in that study. Thank you.
Thank you all. Those were some really great responses, very thoughtful. One thing I want to pivot a little bit, stay in that same lane a little bit. So some of you are your organizations and your experience in these areas, they vary, right? But at some point you were first just starting out, right? What encouraged you to keep going, right? As I think even Mr. Barnes mentioned earlier, right? It can be slow starting an organization or getting your communities to organize where you feel like you have enough group or people power to push things along. And this is for anybody. When you first started out, if it was just you, if it was just 5 people, what kept you going?
Oh, that is a very interesting question. Thank you, Nicole. What kept Centerville Citizens for Change going was our commitment to each other and to our community. And yes, it was hard, and yes, it still is hard. But for those who care, we are still persevering, because like we said earlier, we want to see that change come. And change can't come unless you put in the hard work. It's kind of like a marriage. You're all excited when you get started, and then, oh, this ain't what I signed up for. Then you go, yes, it is, because it's worth it. It's the cause. And there's nothing more important than seeing your environment change for the better.
Thank you.
I think I'll share in that one as well. What has kept me motivated and going in the work that's being done my small community is the fact that there are lots of children that I know. Shaw is a small community, so everybody is pretty much connected or related kind of community. And so I think about the fact that many of the people in Shaw will never leave Shaw. They'll be there regardless. They'll never have an outlet. And so they're tied to the community. And having grown up and seeing some of those same faces and having those same experiences, I know that change can happen because it happened with me. And because of that, we get to work with the kids hand in hand and to teach them some things that will help them to have a brighter future. And so that motivates me. Because I know that we're losing a lot of people out of the community, but if we take time to train and to work with the kids that we have, we can make a difference. And so every time things get hard, I think about how far we've come and all the work that still needs to be done. And I've tried to leave Shaw. I've tried to leave. I said I wasn't going to stay. I was going to leave and not come back, but I know that I'm there for a reason. And as long as I'm there, I'm going to keep fighting. I'm going to keep working. I'm going to keep knocking on doors. I'm going to keep running down resources, whatever it takes for me to make sure that those kids are able to dream and have a better life. I'm going to do it.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson.
Okay.
Sorry, no, go ahead.
What keep me going is Gracie Corner. Today is going to be a great day in Equity Legal Service, because a lot of time that our members don't show up on the call, and Nicole, Malika, someone say, Terry, don't give up. Keep going, keep going. So, and then I look at the community as I leave my driveway. You know, my husband get out there and cut the trees down. We make sure the water is pumped off the street and everything, and the air leak can't get out. So I just thank God for giving me the strength and the people that put in our life to keep us going.
Thank you, Ms. Harry.
What keeps me motivated is that my good friend Emma Kennard, she's the one actually discovered that the water was bad. She's a senior citizen. Her daughter was here from Texas, and her daughter wanted to take a bath, and the water was gold. She thought she had struck gold. And they called me and said, something seriously wrong with the water. So I said, well, get yourself 2 jugs and take it to the city hall and give it to the mayor. So she took it to city hall and gave the mayor. He refused to accept it because all she wanted to do was have it analyzed. So when she told me this, I said, let's go to work. And we made them regret it because they didn't care whether the water was bad. The mayor, the city council, they didn't care. You see, because they were trying to sell these houses around this Jack Nicklaus signature golf course. So if the people were suffering, it was okay. So that kind of gave me the motivation, and I kept thinking about our children. See, that was the thing that keeps me motivated, thinking about our children. What can we do? We had no resources. We didn't get grant money, none of that stuff. We simply used our own manpower, and we got this done. We got it done, and now you can say Benton Harbor, even though it has an odor to the water, that we now have clean water with no lead, which is a blessing. Every single lead pipe in the city of Benton Harbor is no longer there. And what we do, we make sure they understand that if you get out and fight, you got a good chance of winning. And we won.
Thank you, Reverend Hickman.
I want to share something really quick. My personal story of why I keep going is my son. We have a beach called Pokaibe. It's encompassed by a breakwater wall. So our stream flows from the mountains and it kind of curves in to the Bay Area and it gets stuck by that jetty wall. For 20 years, our community's been saying they've been getting sick, staph infection. One of the uncles said he had to have his leg amputated because he got sick from the water there. So this is a generational problem. My son went swimming, he got staph infection, took him to the hospital. The doctor says, this is not the first time I've seen a waterborne illness from Pokai Bay. That was alarming. So in a medical system, have a hole there. You know, you're intaking all these patients and you know it's from this beach that has bad water quality. Where is that information going? How is it being captured? And then how are we providing a solution for that? And so I started reaching out to the health groups, you know, the Nurses Alliance groups. And I'm like, hey, hear my story, but I really think you guys should change your intake. It should involve environmental questions. Have you swam in the last 24 hours? That's a simple question. It's a one question you can add to the plethora of what they ask. And so from then that changed. But my point is, we're doing this, and we say in Hawaiian, mau a mau, for generations to generations, that we're trying to change. And with this work, that's how we keep going. I mean, we had our lives threatened, my husband and I, for the work that we're doing. And people are really radical in that way. And sometimes, yeah, we do want to quit, but we can't because our kids rely on us and our community. The kids are, you know, turning to ghost guns and shooting each other. And we just have a whole bunch of issues on our coast there. But for that solution, we call it huaka'i. We want them to join us on Kingdom Pathways and go on an exploration of all the things that we do, malama, or take care of the land, or our native species and birds. And we show them that this is an actual job. You can work for the Department of Forestry and Wildlife, or this water quality test school, and you start your own nonprofit and do this sort of work. And so it's that you can stay home, take care of your backyard.
Thank you, Carmen. Oh, okay. I'm going to try to answer that question also. So I forgot to mention that I'm Diné. I'm from the Navajo Nation. I grew up on the reservation, and doing this work is it can get hard a lot of times, and it can get heavy. That's what our executive director likes to say. It feels heavy because you're dealing with people and natural resources, and especially if you come from those communities yourself. Our organization started in a place called Black Mesa, and that's actually the place that I come from as well. So I'm a part of the community. I'm also advocating with, alongside for my community. And so that you feel, because you can't go anywhere, especially for tribal people, we only have a certain space that was designated for us, and that's our homeland. Can't leave. If something gets messed up, if our water is bad, we can't leave. We have to stay there. And I don't think anybody from the Navajo Nation would want to leave. That's that land between the four sacred mountains there. So what has kept me going for I feel like the 7 years, but I still feel like I'm starting out still. What has kept me going is the relationship from my people. And I would say that, I don't know if people are familiar, but there's within tribes, like there's certain ways of relating to one another. For us, it's called and it's basically a kinship system, and it's how we relate to Navajos, non-Navajos. It's also how we relate to our natural environment. And it's a traditional way of relating to one another. And sadly, because of, colonization tactics, because of, actually also because of Christianity, that way of relating is kind of lost in a lot of our regions, but there are still like pockets of it. And I feel like it always pops up at the right time when I like have been driving all day across the reservation just to get to a community meeting, just so I can try to present. There's no guarantee if I'll be put on the agenda. But every once in a while, that kinship system will pop up, and the officials of the meeting will, it's a really beautiful thing. And I don't know if I'm like describing it adequately, but it's, the official will say in Navajo, they'll say, "Oh, shiaje, shawe, shitsui, shinale," basically saying, yes, my grandchild, my young one, come speak before us. Let us hear your voice. And so moments like that, I'm like, okay, yes, I'm doing the right thing. This work is appreciated, and it's overall, it benefits all of us. And so when that happens, like it helps not make the work feel so heavy anymore. And it keeps you going.
Thank you, Jessica. So we probably have time for maybe 2 more questions. Sure.
Oh, yes. So what keeps me going is, first of all, it's my faith in our great Lord, our great Creator. It is my family, my husband, my ancestors that came before me, and my children who have come after me. Unfortunately, my fight is no longer my children's fight because they had to find themselves going to a wealthy community where they had more resources and a better education. But that is the strategy of those who have the money, is actually separate our communities, the wealthy white communities where and leave the redlining, whatever communities where we all live in environmental racism communities that we live in. But most of us don't have that wealth generation. And so it's a struggle and a struggle and a struggle. And we have this administration trying to put us down, but we will never give up. As long as we work together in solidarity, we will triumph this hope. I mean, our hope, because our hope will never let that go. Especially with this administration, what keeps me going is the way they treat our people, that first you go to the wealthy European and United States, you take our wealth from our countries. Our countries have no other way except to come here in this country. But after you've extracted all our good resources that we have, you have call us who we are, you immigrants, throw our kids on the floor, you arrest them, you just break their windows. You killed somebody in Chicago because the gentleman had just dropped off his 2 kids. He was afraid. You drove off and you took out your rifle, your military rifle, to kill him. How dare you? First you go to our countries, you take what we have, then you come back, then you come in our streets and kill us. How dare you? And we will find an end to this. But we are in a climate crisis. And why do people come? We don't want to leave because we want to leave our countries and our family answers. We all look for a place for a better quality of life, and we'll survive. We're not all going to be on survival mode. The environmental folks already are in survival mode. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So the next question I want to ask you all is, so we know, I think you mentioned, Adalia, that we've had a change in administration and it's changed a lot of things, right? Mostly to the disadvantage of all the communities sitting here, right? So I want to hear from those who, a lot of funding has been rolled back, right? Different initiatives canceled, rolled back. In what ways have you had to pivot recently because of changes in this recent administration or changes in policy? Would love to hear from you all how you've pivoted and what you've done to sustain your work despite having to change directions if you've had to.
All righty. Hello, you all. This is trying times in the United States of America. Oh my God, is it trying times where we relied on the government to help us with certain things. Everything is now on hold. So Centerville Centers for Change, we are looking at applying for more grants because we do need that to help us do the work that we're trying to do. We have this philosophy that we have to take care of our own because you can't look for the government to do it. So we're applying for more grants and looking for opportunity for people to help us, because I do believe that everyone has a purpose in life and everyone has a passion in life. And together we all can make this work, but we need to know how to those resources because we do need those finances to survive. It's hard, not easy, but to whom much is given, much is required. So I just encourage y'all to keep trying.
Thank you. Anyone else? Carmen?
Yeah, Kingdom Pathways, in collaboration with the Capacity Collaborative, this is another nonprofit. They do work around the world. They're currently in Puerto Rico right now, working with our people out there. we got the community change grant. And so it was going for a bit. We started our programs and we're looking at the 2 landfills that are in our community. And they're wanting to extend it for, I don't know, another 10 years. We already hosted them since the 80s. And so with this community change grant, we wanted to make sure that our people are safe, they're healthy, and we didn't have a baseline data. So with the money, we rolled out a health assessment that specifically covers that area where the 2 landfills are. But then our grant got terminated. And unfortunately, we were supposed to bring in the universities to do their portion of the research and test the air quality because of all that trucks that go throughout the communities. And the landfill is by a community, it's by a school, it's actually sitting on our water table that goes right out to the ocean. So we're supposed to do an extensive water testing. So all that just went away with the termination of the grant. It's difficult, but pivoting, we're collaborating, you know, as we tell our stories and we get out there and this platform that I'm grateful for today, as we tell our stories, where people are hearing where we are at and they're meeting us. So this health department that's under the University of Hawaii, they've reached out to us. How can we help you? How can we help you help them? It's that kind of relationship that we have to keep building. Of course, we don't have the funding, but they do as a university. So it's a win-win situation, I guess, or being used. I don't know. We try to look on the bright side of things, but that's how we're pivoting. We're collaborating with other people to come in and do that job that was supposed to be done for our people.
Thank you, Carmen.
So we also had an change grant and got it in October, that due date was. And when, once Trump was elected, all that went on hold. So we had not actually funded, but was looking forward to that to begin to address some of the heat in our community where there were no trees and where there was major transportation or bus line transportation and the people just, had no coverage on some of those major thoroughfares. We would have had office space that would have, we have a building that that the community came together and purchased from somebody that was moving, and we would have had the building to accommodate us as an office space and a space for our kids. So that went away. We also last year in 2024, we did do a pilot project with the regional EPA for an AmeriCorps Vista worker who started in September. And again, under this administration, it was in March, it was abruptly ended. Initially, it was going to be the 1st of March. They gave us about 2 weeks to kind of wrap up, and we're working on addressing issues of climate change. So we pivoted a bit, but some of that just has gone, we couldn't do anything about. And then when the tornado hit us, so we're somewhere else right now trying to survive and recover.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Pamela. I wanted to add to that, the nonprofit I'm with, La Mujer Obrera, they started officially in 81, right? And then when NAFTA got passed in 94, like El Paso was the hardest hit city as far as job loss in the whole nation. We lost 35,000 jobs at the signing of a pen. Most of them were women, single moms who were building their livelihood, making house payments, buying their first house, sending their kid to college. They had fought for their rights over a decade, 2 decades to get to where they were at, only for it to be pulled out right from under them, right? And so at the time, we started a fair trade store. The fair trade was a way to exemplify. When you all talk about free trade with NAFTA, we're talking about fair trade, and what's the difference, right? And so like what I'm wearing right now is handmade from indigenous women in Mexico, naturally dyed. All of this beautiful energy radiates from these, what we're making, right? And we're exemplifying what fair trade is versus free trade, right? So I think about that sort of pivot, right? And the pivot now, we can't even call ourselves environmental justice warriors. Like that's something we had to edit out of our grants off our website because we got federal funding. We don't want your funding. Like that federal funding right now, we don't have the time to be fighting for those pennies. You all wasted enough of our time to collect data that you're not going to accept, right? And with that in mind, you know, we've been investing in the community for a lot of years, decades. So when we look at the system and we know that there's a better way to do it, we start implementing the better way, right? So when we lost our jobs and needed care for our children, we started our own daycare learning center. So our babies go there when we got to work. When we knew that diabetes and high blood pressure and all these health effects from whatever the hell they're doing to us is killing us, we started our own restaurant and we're eating like our ancestors, right? When free trade was displacing us, we started fair trade. You know, when the history wanted to erase us, we started our own museum. When we couldn't access food, we started our own garden. We started our own farm. You know, that's the way to do it, right? And all the blood, sweat, and tears that it takes. But talk about this moment now, where we're all floundering, trying to figure it out and struggling. Well, guess what? At least we have a base and ground and land and space to at least gather in, to at least be in, to feed each other, to help each other, right? And so now looking at the situation that we're all in, the resources are the people. The value is the community. And that's what should be funded. Because right now, all those people that depended on federal funding for years, they're coming for the money that those private funders used to give us, right? Everyone's overwhelmed. And so when we're talking about the solution, invest solution in the people that are most affecting it, that are creating those solutions.
Thank you, Semele. Thank you. So that was excellent. So we've got about a minute or two left. So I'm going to task each of you with, give me your 30-second elevator speech to your peers, the folks in the audience. What's that one message you want them to walk away with today?
That one message is purpose and passion. Don't ever stop. Never give up.
Great. Thank you.
The message for you all is that you are important. What you do is important. Don't ever feel like your abilities and gifts are not given to you for a reason. Use them. Find a way to get to the table. And if you can't get to the table, create your own table.
Okay.
I think for us, it's that people need to save more and spend less. Every community needs to strive to be sustainable in their energy and their water, so that places like where I come from, which supplied the coal to power most of the Southwest, to starting from 1960s the way until 2017. So we need to be more sustainable so that places like the Navajo Nation don't continue to be resource colonies. If you have to import your most important resources, water, energy, then you have a problem. And also that just keep in mind that if it's not happening in your backyard, it's happening in your neighbor's backyard.
Thank
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. No, thank you so much. Thank you.
Take care of each other, love each other, keep the hope going, and never, never take for an answer.
I would say strong, stay connected, get connected, get involved. No man is an island, no man stands alone.
I would say stay encouraged because you're never alone.
Family orientated communities unite strong, focus.
As a Kanaka, I stand here to remind all of us, and I will say this in Olelo, Hawaii, e ho'olohe kako, e ke kani o ka aina. So when we listen to the land, she'll always remind us what to do and how to protect her.
I believe there's strength in numbers. If you got the numbers, you can be successful. And remember this: educate, educate, educate. Provide knowledge for each member in the city.
Well, I'm going to say ditto to what has been said, but I'm going to also add 3 P's: purpose, pipeline for the kids, and persistence is very important.
It's critical to heal our relationship with each other and our relationship with the land. And don't negotiate with don't negotiate your neighbors, don't negotiate your community, don't negotiate the needs that we deserve, and that we have every right to have in our community.
You know, in honor of this conference, Roots in Resistance, I want to celebrate and remind everyone 7 generations forward and 7 generations back. We ride on the shoulders of giants and remember those stories, right, of our past generations, and remember the future generations that are going to inherit what we've created or what we haven't done, right? And Mother Earth is your oldest ancestor. Don't forget her as part of your community. And la lucha sigue.
Thank you. Thank you all. You were wonderful panelists. I learned a lot from each one of you. And you manned the stage for almost 2 hours. You held it down. So thanks to every one of you. And we are going to have a brief break, and we ask everybody to be back in the auditorium at 11:15. Thank you so much. Great job. See if I can.
Folks, there is still some breakfast out if you need some hot coffee or tea. We're going to be clearing off breakfast after this break. So if you would like some, this is the time to grab your coffee and your tea and your donut. Malika, does that? Yes. Got your question? Yep.
Step into the world of Nespresso and bring magic to every morning.
You guys are gonna enter.
Yeah.
Introducing the new Jeep Grand Wagoneer with room for the whole family.
I think we're. If folks can take their seat, I think we're going to get started in just a minute here. Wait for Kate. All right, let's go ahead and get started if you guys are, is camera okay? Excellent. All right, I am really excited. My name's Olivia Dorothy. I'm so excited. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Alderwoman Olivia Dorothy. I serve on the East Moline, Illinois City Council. I am also an environmental advocacy consultant. I work locally in the Quad Cities with what's called the Clean River Advisory Council that helps guide resources and funding into our some of our frontline communities there in the Quad Cities to grow capacity for our environmental justice movement. I also consult with One Mississippi and work to help 80 environmental organizations liaise with the Corps of Engineers through that work. So I'm really excited to be here today. And I want to kick this off. I heard something in the last panel. Carmen said, we are collaborating with the university, maybe being used. I want to dive into that a little more. And so I'm really glad that we have this panel together. It's rooted in respect research that serves community-led research in action. We're going to talk about how can the scientific community genuinely serve frontline communities, not just study them. This panel brings together scientists and academic scholars to explore models of community-first research, highlighting examples where collaboration has led to meaningful change. And our panelists are going to share lessons on accountability, trust building, and how researchers can work with communities to advance environmental justice. And with that, let our panelists introduce themselves, starting with Dr. Teresa down at the end, and just move along.
Hey, hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. Before I introduce myself, I wanted to thank ELS and everyone who's worked so hard to organize this incredible panel. And I also wanted to thank the first panel for your really powerful testimony and for all the really important work that you do. So my name is Dr. Teresa Gilner. I am an assistant professor of biological anthropology at Washington University here in St. Louis. And my quick elevator pitch of the work I do is I study how living conditions and environmental factors shape community health, especially infectious disease that can spread through contaminated soil and water. So very interested in the topics being discussed here today.
Hi, I'm Elin Betanzo, and I am a water quality engineer. I have a drinking water consulting firm called Safe Water Engineering based in Detroit, Michigan. And I'm an expert in the Safe Drinking Water Act, and I help communities understand their water quality, what their requirements are, and we work on sampling programs to try to cut through some of the messaging we get from water utilities and states about the safety of our water.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Reagan Patterson. I'm an assistant professor of civil and environmental engineering at UCLA. And broadly, my work looks at air pollution, transportation, and environmental justice. And more specifically, I model and also use community engaged practices to really look at the impact of transportation and infrastructure policies on air pollution exposure disparities, as well as looking at other environmental justice outcomes. So really rooted in community and how can we shape community-driven solutions and intervention.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Excuse me. My name is Dr. Mila Marshall. I'm an urban ecologist. I am the Clean Water Advocate for the Sierra Club Illinois chapter. We are an environmental nonprofit. We have 14 groups across the state, 22,000 members, and I manage the clean water team and also our sampling program of water sentinels. And so I focus on statewide water issues ranging from PFAS, urban flooding, emerging contaminants, tracking 100% of the water pollution permits in the state of Illinois, citizen scientists, and all of the things in between. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle Del Rio. I'm an assistant professor at Indiana University in Bloomington. And the way I promote myself is that I'm an interdisciplinary health researcher where I try to understand the interactions between environmental factors and exposures with determinants of health so that we can inform multiple level interventions. I currently focus on chronic low-level lead exposure, especially in older children and historically impacted communities. And I've done work in water insecurity for rural communities in Indiana and along the US-Mexico border. I'm also a strong advocate and leading the efforts to build capacity in children's environmental health. And I teach environmental justice at my current university.
Jose Constantine, an earth scientist from a small college far away, Williams College in the Berkshires of Massachusetts. But at this small college, I'm proud to say that we convinced our college to create an environmental justice clinic whose aim is to provide resources directly to communities who are dealing with the whole range of issues that we heard earlier in the two panels that, or the panel that just sat before us. This clinic has worked in partnership with Centerville and Colquitt Heights, in Tallahassee in Florida. We've got partnerships across the US. And the message I'd like to share is if our small college of 2,000 students can do it, Lord have mercy, other bigger schools should be doing it too.
Thank you, everyone, for the introduction. So we're going to go into just a question and answer session. Not everyone has to answer every single question. We kind of put you in a semicircle so that folks who want to answer the questions, you can nod and or raise your hand so we can pass the mics around. So first question that I want to ask here, we talked about reflecting on Carmen's statement. Maybe we're being used. What steps can scientists and academics take to ensure that community knowledge shapes the research questions, not just the research outcomes?
It's an important question. I think one of the big things is to make sure the community is involved at every stage of the research, echoing some of the themes that came up in the first panel. So not just going in with a preset idea that it's immovable and you're not willing to shift from, but an open collaboration where you're getting feedback at every stage from the inception to the interpretation to dissemination of the results. That the community members are the experts and they're the ones who've lived the experience. Unless this is your own community that you're doing research in, then you have that personal experience yourself, recognizing the expertise and the lived experiences of the communities that you're working with, and that they really know what's going on the ground and their insights can help make the science better. They know what's really going on and what needs to be looked at. And so it's beneficial and the scientific enterprise overall, and just making sure you're asking the right questions and interpreting what you're seeing correctly, and that you're able to actually have results that can benefit the community and society more broadly as well.
For me as an engineer, I would say it's on a spectrum. And so for some of our methodologies, it's being rooted in questions that come from community. And so using our technical background to answer questions and provide a level of expertise. So in my graduate school education, it was developing a dissertation that came from community. I was involved in community organizing. And as an engineer, I know that I have certain technical methodologies. And so I use this to answer questions that communities are interested in. So that is being informed. So research. Then at the other, the real goal is community-driven research. And so for that, it is engagement with community from the very beginning, driving the questions, driving the research methodology. And so I do that where some of my research, and there was a comment on the previous panel about if the research is getting funded, the community should get funded. And so I actually do research where I bring community partners in as co-PIs. They're not just a contractor, they're actually the PI on the grant. So when you see my name, you see their name. When you see my funding, sometimes they even get more funding than my lab gets. And so I believe in engineering and environmental justice as praxis. So that's not just in a goal, but also process. But again, sometimes it is answering a question that a community member might have, and I'm just providing that data. Sometimes it is that full from the beginning. So I think it is a spectrum and it depends on the question. But if your root and your grounding is in EJ, then that always guides all of the work. And so I didn't mention in my intro, but it's the Engineering Environmental Justice Lab. And so EJ guides all the work from informing to driving.
So I'm not with the university, so maybe a little bit different than the other panelists here. But often community members will come to me and say, I need help with my drinking water. And so then it ends up being kind of a give and take, because Safe Drinking Water Act sampling and compliance can be complicated. And so I provide some education, like this is what is supposed to be happening. And then I get the questions, okay, now tell me what to do. So it's collaborative in that way. So when I'm investigating more about, what contaminants are here, what's really the problem, and where is the cover up, that I am responding to the community's needs that they brought to me.
I would like to add that I realize that curiosity is a commodity and that we get paid to ask questions, and that can create some conflict. The reality of being a tenure track faculty member means that the way that we pursue our career has to kind of follow some very narrow boundaries, which limits our ability to engage with the public. And so my recommendation, coming from the academic perspective, is ensuring that whatever university you're at, like being present in the community you live in. A lot of professors do not come from the communities that they work in. Many of them will travel, 40 miles into a different community where they work, where they live and play. And so that can create some disconnection with the issues that a community is facing, because that's where you work, it's not where you live. The organizations that you patronize, the businesses that you go to, it just changes your understanding of what the landscape of issues are. So I do believe that academics need to be a little bit more mindful about who is in our personal network, organizations that we are affiliated with, and it does take work to build inroads. I do really appreciate these institutes that allow for fellowships and ways that we can engage community. And I think what I've learned as a graduate student leaving UIC is that oftentimes we are not in the same place at the same time. It is so important for places of higher education to be the convening spaces where collaboration and the creation of these events can happen. And so you can have the panels that volley back and forth between community expertise as well as scholarship.
And I want to add to everything that's been said already. And something that I also am trying to work towards too is transferring ownership of the data to the community, along with working with the community on a just transition on what they're dealing with. And I think that is something that I'm still learning how to do. It's not something that is easy to learn either. And so I come to communities with humility because I'm also learning at the same time. I am very fortunate to be from a community where the reason that motivated me to be in this role was because I wanted to solve the solutions. Solve the problems that I saw in my community, which go beyond my wildest dreams. And so it's been interesting to learn how to do this type of work, knowing that you do have some background knowledge and you come from the community, but also learning what you need to do in order to stay in this role, which is very difficult to do. So I think what I want to say is that our models are evolving and we need your constant feedback and ask to kind of evolve those models to be more appropriate for you all.
The hard part being the last person to speak is all the good stuff was said already, but I'm going to try. I'm going to try to say something. I'm just going to reaffirm everything that we heard, but speak from the I've learned. Being humble as a scientist, we don't know more, we just know differently, you know? And in the communities that we've been working with, the bulk of what we do is just translate community knowledge into technical language, technical jargon, shall we say, that the community can then use however the community seeks to use that information. The second point that was just raised, a really important lesson is who owns this information? For far too long, scientists have gone into communities and extracted experiences and extracted data and extracted samples to publish and disappear. And that's useless. That actually does more harm and sows more distrust than anything else that I can think of. And so in our work, the work that we're learning in the Environmental Justice Clinic at Williams is that we don't own this knowledge. That's the community's knowledge. If the community wants to see a scientific paper come out or some kind of academic paper come out, we can help, but that's on the community to lead that. That's their knowledge. And the third piece that I honestly think is the hardest one of all, but it's the one that is probably the most critical. In science, this is the one. Scientists need to be held accountable. If we're serious about doing this work, we don't just show up and disappear, right? Right? We don't just show up and pretend to listen and then do our own thing. That doesn't work. We need to keep showing up and keep listening and keep being of service. And so I think, you know, there are different ways to hold us accountable, to hold each other accountable. But those are the three lessons that I've learned. You got to be humble. The community knows what's going on. You have to know who owns the information, who owns the experience. And you got to be willing to be held accountable, because that's the best way that we can be of service to do the work that we all want to do.
Thank you. I really appreciate how everyone shared their own personal experiences of how they really were present in their communities and, you know, building off of questions that were rooted in the community. And so I want us to talk a little bit about this case study that we have with the REACH study. And so I don't know if there's probably a lot of folks that aren't familiar with the REACH study, and I'd like to ask one of my panelists to please go ahead and explain, and we'll talk a little bit about how the study was centered in the community and was a community first practice.
Sure, thank you. So the REACH study was a study, it stands for Rural Embodiment Community Health Project. Basically, embodiments, the lived experiences, how that impacts your biology. So how these lived experiences get under your skin and can help shape health disparities. So we were interested in looking at how people's experiences, especially with contaminated water, were leading to poor health outcomes and health inequities. Provide information that could be used to advocate for change. Speaking to some of Jose's and points on generating information and technical jargon that could be used in policy decisions to back up what the community already knew and experienced to help to elevate their voices. And so part of this project was we did have some ideas based on what was already had been studied years ago in the parts of the country where we were working. We started in the Mississippi Delta, working with Delta Hands for Hope, which you heard about in the first panel in Mississippi. And then more recently, working with ELS and the communities, the Center for Change, so Citizens for Change here in the Cahokia Heights area, Centerville area. And so a lot of this project has grown from community input. We had started out focused mostly on intestinal infections, but that grew based on what we heard from community members and what they were interested in, what they were concerned about. We weren't, first we didn't think about water as much. We had, based on our previous work in other parts of the country and previous studies that had been done in previous years, mostly looking at soil conditions, but water is what really came up. People were really focused on the flooding, the water concerns, and wanting that to be the main driver of any help that came from the scientific community. And then building on that to look at other types of infections that people were worried about. So like H. pylori, a bacterial infection, came up in the first panel as something that folks were concerned about in the Cahokia Heights area in particular. And that was something we weren't even thinking about when we started this project, but we got feedback and people told us, you need to look at this. We want information on this. And so we started measuring that And which again was not on our radar. And that was a key part of the study and has been a key part of the focus because the community knew what was going on. And that was a really important infection in the area. And we saw fairly high rates of it. And so being able to test for that and then share those results. And that's one of our main impetus of the study is to try to share information in real time. So we try to generate the results from these samples and mail them within a month of doing the lab work. It's about how long it takes to analyze the samples in the lab to see if there's a positive result or not, and then send those results back immediately to the participants so they have that health information. Again, going back to that health ownership or data ownership, that this is not our data, this is the community's data, the participants' data, and they deserve that information as quickly as we can give it to them so they can decide what to do with it. So that's been one of the main forces driving the project.
Thank you. Yeah, and this case study is so interesting in a lot of ways. And I'm hoping that the other panelists can share some of their experiences to kind of build off of what we learned with the REACH study in terms of, what do the community members want to know? And then how do we translate that data in a way that can lead to tangible improvements in the local conditions? And so I'm wondering if folks have any examples of ways that they were able to do that within their communities.
So typically working in water, the first thing that everybody wants to know is, can I drink my water? That is literally the question that we will be asked, whether that's LaSalle County, if that is in Cook County, if it's because of lead, if it's because of an algal bloom, if it's because they heard that PFAS is now, found by the IEPA, if it is some weird chemical explosion, if it is biosolids being given from a wastewater reclamation plant for an urban garden. Everybody wants to know, is my water safe? I think that from the perspective of as we collect data and information as scientists, it can be challenging to deliver when they are technical, but then also who's not a part of the conversation is the medical community and the public health professionals, because our expertise does have some capacity in the conversation where we don't want to meander off into prescribing and having discussions about what's happening with you physiologically. And that's hard. Because people say, well, you're a scientist, you should be able, but I'm not a medical professional. I can help you understand water laws. I can help you understand giving public comment to Army Corps of Engineers. I can help you understand the reports for your drinking water or what's going on with a pollution permit. And so it's a community of water specialists that can help people understand. But typically it's the most important one, communicate with compassion. This isn't delivering the hardest information and being excited about somebody's hurt feelings. And I'll just speak candidly. Supporting Cahokia Heights and working with the Water Sentinels and collecting samples has changed my life. Monthly, I leave and I have survivor's remorse, because I get to go home and turn on my tap and not have to worry about, is my water clean and healthy? It is heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to understand what is driving these issues, but also not understand how to continue to help a community when there are political plays at, political things at play, as well as how we ask our questions as scientists. The money that we get in can actually transform a project or empower a community, and it can be really, really tricky. So I think I want to land the plane here in saying that in my experience, it's been the most important to ensure that you understand where the community is coming from and you listen first. You answer their questions. And if you cannot answer the question, you identify people in your network to bring along with you. You don't just leave communities hanging with these really big questions about their health, about the quality of their water, about the property that they own. It's important for you to bring additional resources in terms of your network for the things that you can't answer.
And I'd like to add a few things to that. Going back to the data, making sure all data is publicly accessible. So for air quality, it's developing air quality dashboards, because as was mentioned, community knows However, it's our role to help provide the data to support. And so that's what I view my role. And so providing that data and making it publicly accessible. And we talk about how as professors, tenure track, I'm now in year 4, I go up for tenure in a couple years. I do need to publish. But again, EJ is praxis. So community members are on my publications. They are co-authors. And it's open access publications. I publish open access, so it is publicly available, and also make sure there's other forms of publication. So whether it's a policy brief, whether it's some document on my community partners website. For a community air monitoring network that we're building in South LA, it's going to live on my community partners website, not mine. They will own the data. They will have the website. I have undergraduate students helping them develop that website right now on their page. And so again, it says praxis. So yes, I need to publish. You'll be on the publication with me. I need to go to conferences. My community partners at the conference with me. They're the ones introducing this work. And so that's how I've done it, where I prayerfully will get tenure in 2 years. UCLA better not mess up. But at the same time, is my work making that tangible change? Then also using that data for public advocacy. It's not data for data's sake. It's making sure that community can then take this data to testify at in public hearings. And also, when you mentioned scientists, our role is not just as scientists, but really being in community to me means I then go and do public comments. And so and part of my classes, students have done public comments and supported the data for that, or have actually given public testimony, because I'm teaching students that they too need to show up, not just as the students, not just as the scientists, but as community. So our work extends beyond the classroom. And so I still that. And then I was going to say something else, but it slipped my mind. So maybe it'll come back to me later. But the key points of really making sure that the data is usable, it's actionable, and you're there right along to testify with community.
Awesome. I love how this dialogue is progressing about how we can be more rooted in the community, and what does it look like when we get results and we share that with the community and make it accessible. But I want to back up and ask, how should researchers handle community mistrust rooted in histories of medical racism and neglect? So let's take a step back for a moment.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah. How can, when you're a researcher and you start working in a community, I know that this morning someone said the breathing, it's hard to find the breathing space to organize. And so when you start working with the community, how do you handle any potential community mistrust that's rooted in histories of medical racism and neglect?
I'm just going to be brief, because I'm sure we've got lots of things that we'd love to share. You know, one of the principles of our work is that we don't go into a community unless we are invited. Like, we do not go into a community unless we are invited. And it takes a lot to be invited, you know, to be part of what a community is going through, a part of their experience. And there are many ways trust can happen. It doesn't happen overnight. Trust is something, as we all know, has to be something that's earned. It is not something that should be ever freely given. And forgive me in my response for slightly pivoting, but I wanted to call out a real challenge that I see all across this country for communities who are struggling with a whole range of environmental and climate issues. The perpetrators of widespread contamination, the folks who hold the positions of power that allow injustice to persist, they have the resources to buy the experts that allows them to continue doing their work. There are consulting firms that make good money supporting the folks that we know are causing harm. And what I hope, and we've got this amazing panel of folks here, is that we need to start breaking this down. One of the problems that we have, and we got to call it out as scientists and as academics, have freedom to decide more or less. Certainly it's better after tenure, I'll say, but you know, we have freedom to decide how we spend our time. Got to step up. We have to step up because we have so much to give. So there are lots of mechanisms and efforts underway for building bridges between communities and the resources that are potentially out there. We talked about the challenges that Centerville has faced for decades. And from my understanding of it, pleas for help gone unanswered for decades by local universities. That's a shame. That's got to change. And my hope is that bringing us together, building community with scientists, policymakers, with lawyers, with residents, this is how we're going to start making that change. Building relationships, taking the time to build that trust. I think that's a slight pivot, but I think it addresses a little bit of what you asked us.
Yes, and I'd like to add, I asked you to repeat it because I'm like, oh, which way do I want to answer this? And I guess I want to be real. How? Become a scientist. And I say that because I sit here as a PhD in ecology and evolutionary biology because of a science project. What environment decomposes waste the best? I learned about the landfills on the Bishop Ford. I learned about my grandmother's Great Migration story. I learned about the disinvestment in the South Side and the West Side, the contributing factors to contamination, the high rates of asthma and cancer. I literally was so furious at the age of 12 that I've spent the last 20 years becoming a scientist. So I'm not talking about the community I am. And so I think that's very important to recognize that for some of us, we have to become the scholars. We have to. It is necessary. We have to run for office. We have to hold those positions. We have to start businesses with this in mind, whether it is disaster reclamation, whether it is lawn care professionals that understand that you can't use these fertilizers and pesticides because it contributes to asthma. I literally had to become the solution myself. And I think that's so very important for how, because now you have the story. I'm not here listening. I understand how to listen. I understand how to show up in a community that looks like me, but is not of me. I was so embarrassed. Here I am, an environmental justice professional, doctoral candidate, learning about Centerville in 2018. Had no clue Centerville was the poorest city in America. There's over 19,000 cities. And here I am shouting that I'm from the best city in the world, shout out Chicago. And Centerville is Southern Illinois, and I had no clue they were there. How dare I? How dare I call myself an expert when I don't even have a passion to continue learning who looking like me is impacted in Cook County or in Central Illinois or in Southern Illinois, the Great Lakes, or even around the nation. And so how, number one, continue to learn and listen. And I think you can develop that ear with even taking yourself to the place that you love and the people that you love, because that will help you stay in tune with, this is not just a job. These are people's lives. And we are contributing to the quality of people's lives and the quality of their well-being. And so how is remember that you're human and that you need air, land, and water. And so you can't just run away from it anymore. Environmental justice has been around for 70 years, and suddenly there's more investment in EJ than we've seen ever before because of climate change. Y'all had 60 years to figure out how to help sustainability and address environmental inequity. And now that you can't escape it, suddenly there are resources.
On the topic of, again, kind of how do we establish trust in communities, I like to understand first and learn about their history and their culture and get immersed in that community without doing any research, because I want to really understand their perspectives, their hurts, their visions, and what they want to see their community become before I start to present some of my skills at their service. I also think being transparent with communities as to what I'm capable and not capable to do is helpful. I think sometimes I feel a lot of, there's a lot of expectations from researchers to like help communities in certain ways, but sometimes there's so many limitations in our roles and even jobs are at stake. For example, in my university, we are censored, and in fact, you can get fired if a student complains about you if you start talking about race and inequities in a class that you're not supposed to be talking about race and inequity and income inequities. So just being really transparent as to like what I'm capable, what I can bring, what I can provide, and asking what is okay to like share and kind of discuss like expectations from both sides, right? Like I am in this role, I need to do this and this and this to still be in this role, and so that I can bring more resources to you. But I need you to tell me what is off limits and what we can actually build together and move things forward together.
And I'd like to add, because I see briefly, it's a lot of the talk has been about how we show up. And so, yes, it is important how we show up. When I go into any community, I moved around a lot as academics between your grad school, postdoc, after, moved all over. And so the first thing I do is I sit and show up as my role first as a community organizer and advocate, because that is what got me into this work. During graduate school, I was like, finally, I have space to ask the questions that I want to ask. So I first showed up in the Bay Area as a community advocate working for nonprofits in the EJ space, and that's what informed my research. Everywhere I go, I show up first as a community advocate to then say, how can I use that or use my role as a scientist to support that work? Though, as a professor, I make sure that I hopefully am shifting the way in which engineers, who are very problematic, and I am an engineer, so I will talk all day about engineers. I love us, but I also know that we got a lot of problems and have actually caused a lot of the EJ problems we're talking about. So my role then is how do not I show up, only I show up, but how am I training future engineers to show up? So I teach EJ classes, I teach a transportation sustainability class, that has equity and justice. All my classes have equity and justice in them. A student will not go through my classes and not understand equity and justice topics, and also how they show up. I teach an engineering and environmental justice class where they partner with community organizations, both in LA, but also nationally. Those partnerships were developed because I made connections through my advocacy, and now I have undergraduate students who then partner with them every year and talk about sustained relationship. We have the same people that we've been working with since I got to UCLA 3 years ago. And so now I have students who are seeing, oh, engineers, we can be more than just the engineer. We are the community member. So I'm training schools to have little minions of EJ engineers infiltrating all these different industries. But that's how we create change. So engineers see, what are the implications of my work? What are the impacts of engineering? Are EVs the solution, or do they also cause some problems? Is hydrogen the future? I heard someone talk about hydrogen. What are the implications of hydrogen? Who is it impacting? And so getting engineers to think more broadly about the role that they have in society, the impact they're making, the implications, and what is their role to do better than their predecessors. And so again, it's not just how we show up here and the privilege as professors, as scientists, but making sure that we are training that next batch to not perpetuate the problems that our fields have created.
Thank you. And I have, just to go off script, I have a personal question for Dr. Reagan Peterson here. Can we send our city engineers to you for a class? Because I know a few city engineers that I would like to come and take your class.
You know, you can send them. I told it's national. I'm like, come on through, because yeah, we got some problems in the engineering field. And so why not? And who we're partnering with. We're partnering with our local agencies who are starting to hear about the class, and they're like, oh, maybe we should. Yes, you should. Come on down. So
it's great to hear. Is it virtual, or do we have to fly people out to LA?
It's in person, but Zoom.
All right. Wrapping up our time, I do want to end and hear from everyone about looking ahead, looking at the future. How can scientific research cultivate long-term solidarity with frontline communities rather than just short-term engagement? What does it look like to be in long-term solidarity with frontline communities?
I think it's a lot of, just to echo some of the things that have been said, I think a lot of it is showing up, like keeping your promises. You say you're going to do something, you represent accurately your capabilities, what you can add, taking the feedback from the community, doing your best to address that. And if you can't, finding someone who can, trying to make those connections. We talked, for example, studying the water, studying the health. These are really complex issues. No one person is going to be able to answer all these things on themselves. So trying to cultivate that team and contribute to the team. But then, yeah, just keep showing up and making yourself available. So not just, when you're in the community collecting the data, for example, but beyond that, sharing the results, being available to answer follow-up questions, and keeping those promises and being transparent on what you can and cannot do and what you're finding and what the data means, and respecting the wishes of the community in terms of how that information is used, and helping any way you can to advocate and to elevate those voices.
So I think in drinking water, we have a huge lack of transparency about our drinking water data and water quality. And that's one thing I was going to say about the previous question with the mistrust. The communities I work in all have mistrust in their water. They're mostly not drinking the water because for many reasons with their health impacts that they've measured. But we need to get drinking water data readily available. Water utilities everywhere have to collect compliance data, and in most places it's really hard to get easy access to that data. So I think when I'm working with communities and making that data more accessible, doing Freedom of Information Act requests to unearth that data and do sampling, to continue that, to have policy change so that that is always available, I think is going to be a huge improvement in being able to work on these issues long-term and have long-term improvement.
I say that building capacity in the community is the way to have sustainable connection with communities and building from the community. So the first two panelists, or the panelists early in the morning, talked about applying to education. And I strongly do believe that that is one strong way to continue training community members to be able to help their community solve these issues together. And in this world, we can teach students, but also community members, and other skills that are helpful for them to still move forward, the agenda.
I'll add long-term partnership outside of just research. And so research is one avenue. However, what are other ways you can show up? I talked about public testimony, my coursework. And so students partner with them every spring quarter, and the community partners paid. It's not a lot, but I do want to at least provide some resources to acknowledge their time. And so that, though they know is coming every spring quarter, for some community partners, that has grown into research projects that were funded by National Science Foundation. And so it's then taking that to say, what are other areas that we can continue to partner so that they know beyond the scope of the 10-week quarters or beyond the scope of one research project, there's always going to be some sustained engagement, and that they know that I will continue to show up and we will figure out what is the best avenue to do so. So making sure that you're also flexible in how you can show up, creating different avenues for showing up for community members. And so they know it's a sustained, committed partnership.
Yeah, I don't know where to start, but I'll say maybe with the biggest lesson reminder that is frequently gifted to me is this reminder of this lesson that whoever you are at a university or a college, you live someplace. You don't live around community. You don't live on top of community. You don't live on the side of community. You are a part of community. And it is so overwhelming. God forgive me for saying this, but better late than never. WashU is stepping up. We got Harris Stowe rocking it here. Yeah, SLU. We have local universities that are acknowledging that fundamental truth that we are all in this together. And we got to step up for each other. U of H, right? We got University of South Florida. And I think that reminder, that important lesson that many academics, many scientists, I don't care how many letters they have beside their name because of their degrees, can be a little, slow to learn this fundamental truth that wherever you work, live, teach, you're doing that all within the community. And that means that you have responsibilities to that community. So that's where it's a lesson I remind myself of every day. And it's a lesson that I'm sure we are all, taking very seriously.
Thank you. Mila, do you have a final thought on? Yeah.
She trying to make eye contact with me. She looking off to the
Shout
side.
out to Kate in the front row.
High level, I want to say thank you for having me here, representing Sierra Club. I do want to say long term, send them to me. Sierra Club has a presence here to help support the continued education of civic engagement, specifically for the environment on various campaigns, whether that's transportation, just energy, climate change, or water. When it comes to water, we know that it is a steep learning come to these meetings. It's vocabulary, it's history, it's policy. It can be very complex. We want to be the place where people can learn from other individuals, that they can continue to participate in advocating for their grassroots needs, because every community has different water priorities in a moment. Somebody's is PFAS, somebody's is algal bloom, somebody is water shutoff, somebody is lead service line replacement, somebody is workforce development, right? So here is a place that there can be ongoing education. So please do look up your local Sierra Club group. Find me on LinkedIn. I'd love to help you, your network, understand how to leverage access to the water nonprofits to do what it is that you don't have the capacity to do, which is ongoing continued education for your elected officials, for your residents, for your small businesses, and people who will be voting in primaries and general election next year.
Thank you, Mila, for ending on that note. Let's give our panel a round of applause. What's our break? $1:05, please. Come back here. You've got 1 hour.
Thank you.
Can the V6 powered Nissan Frontier catch 600 pounds of cargo on the fly? Not that you would, but you could. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. Tear into softness with wavy edges. Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear.
Pampers Swaddlers keeps your baby comfortably dry.
Enjoy 2 years free from hair and hair removal. Discover Bronze Smart IPL, the smart alternative to laser.
A meal that's dip-tacular. Ciabatta are that. It just feels good at Panera.
Yeah. He'll love that. Doing. Sure. Everything is. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna run to run to the bathroom. No, no. not here. So, you know, I big deal. So I just, and so
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper, America's #1 trusted paper towel.
My favorite thing is a good crow. They're a little creepy. I'm not gonna lie.
Baby, I wanna love you, baby. I wanna love you, baby. I wanna love you, baby.
Pumpkin obsessed or not? Blade's got you covered this fall.
That ponytail is a sign Caitlin didn't have time for the hairdryer this morning. A sign she needs a Diet Coke.
That's it, Caitlin. Let your hair down. Or up. Yeah, up's good too.
We're taking prisoners this afternoon. Welcome back, everyone. We'll get started in about 5 minutes here. So if you need to run to the bathroom or any last minute personal items, we'll be ready to get started in about 5 minutes with our community lawyering panel. Thank you. Okay, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. We are here for our fourth panel of the day, or third panel, the fourth panel of the day. America Has a Problem, Shifting Power from the Courtroom to the Community. I'm your moderator, Kalila Jackson. I have been working with the residents in Centerville alongside Nicole and Malika since 2018. But enough about me. I am here to introduce our wonderful panelists today. So we're going to jump right in. We have an incredible group of community lawyers here today, each doing work in a different way. So as you introduce yourselves, please give us your name, your organization, and tell us a bit about the work that you do. We'll start with you, Kashana. Oops.
We go. Thank you, Kalila, and thanks to the team at Equity Legal Services. I'm excited to be here with you all today. My name is Kashana Hill. I'm Executive Director at the Redress Movement, joining you all from New Orleans, where I live and work on issues related to eradicating the remnants of housing segregation and addressing the harms caused by discriminatory housing. So I have been a civil rights, primarily fair housing attorney, litigating fair housing cases for the past 20 years. At the Redress Movement, the work that we do is focused on organizing and base building, specifically to take collective action at the local level that addresses and remediates the harms caused by residential segregation. Right now, we are currently organizing and base building in 4 communities across the U.S., Omaha, Nebraska, Denver, Colorado, Charlotte, North Carolina, and Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The last thing I'll say about the Redress Movement is that we are a young nonprofit founded just in 2022 to build on the response to The Color of Law, which is a book written by Richard Rothstein and published in 2017 that lays out the history behind how the United States federal government, together with the real estate industry, created segregation in communities across the country.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lauren Bartlett, and I am a professor at St. Louis University School of Law. I also direct a human rights at home litigation clinic, and some of my students are here. Wave, yay. So what I do, besides teaching in the classroom, is I run a law practice, and my students work on cases, learn how to litigate alongside. So we have several areas that we work on. What's pertinent to today is we bring international human rights complaints on behalf of folks here in the St. Louis region. So we've been working with Centerville since 2020 to bring voices from Centerville to the United Nations and the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. So we've done that in several different ways. Most recently, a couple of years ago, the UN Human Rights Committee was reviewing the U.S. compliance with the ICCPR, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and we drafted a submission and brought testimony and photos from Centerville to the Human Rights Committee. And earlier this year, we did the same thing with the Human Rights Council of the United Nations. So really trying to push for international focus, international attention on these issues right here at home, on environmental racism, on drinking water and ocean rights.
Good afternoon. Chandra Taylor Sawyer. I am a senior attorney at Southern Environmental Law Center. I also lead our Environmental Justice Initiative, and I am adjunct faculty at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill School of Law, where I teach environmental justice, law, policy, and regulation. So SELC is a nonprofit law center protecting public health and the environment in the South with national impact. We have offices in North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee, Alabama, and Georgia, as well as Washington, D.C. As in my role in leading the Environmental Justice Initiative, I am really executing on our strategic plan goals to make sure that we are well equipped to work to achieve environmental justice as a staff. So we have 240 staff, about half of our staff are attorneys, making sure that we are helping to identify the most pressing environmental injustices in our region and figuring out through law and policy how to alleviate those environmental injustices, and then engaging in really robust relationship building with new groups existing groups that are made up of and led by people of color, and new groups that are led by and made up of people of color. We also are focused on making sure we're not leaving out underserved communities in our services. So we are engaging in litigation across our states. Nationally, we have several federal funding freeze cases that are ongoing. I would say that most of our work is very much place-based in the states. So really working directly with communities that have identified harms that they are facing and figuring out with them what the best path forward is. In 2025, a lot of our work is also direct federal response to rollbacks of bedrock civil rights and environmental protection. So that's work that's not necessarily based specific, like right in a community, but it's done in collaboration with community groups. So I graduated from law school in 2001. So I've been practicing for 24 years. And have most of my practice has been at SELC, where I started 2006. So my background includes water quality and water quantity litigation and policy advocacy, transportation and land use litigation and policy advocacy. And I started to lead our Environmental Justice Initiative, which is a regional role that really is quite, very administrative, very much about making sure that our staff is prepared to do their role. I started that role in 2021, and I'm really excited to be here with you today in St. Louis. To hear about what everyone has been doing here and to share about what I think and what our staff is thinking and seeing in relationship with our clients about really effective ways to help achieve environmental justice.
There we go. Thank you.
And thank you to Equity Legal Services and to CCC and everyone else for inviting me to be here and learn from all of you. And just to make you feel a little bit younger, I graduated from law school in 1992, as I like to say, when the dinosaurs roamed the earth. And the practice of environmental law and the practice of law generally was a lot different at that point. We were just seeing the United Church of Christ reports. We were seeing Gerald Lopez's article about rebellious lawyering. We were starting the rebellious lawyering conferences, and lawyers were beginning to explore how we could be better at sharing power, at shifting power, and engaging communities in a collaborative way. When so much of law practice in designed to say we as lawyers speak for our clients instead of we as lawyers empower our clients to identify their advocacy goals and reach them. I am the managing attorney for the Northeast region of Earth Justice, which operates very similarly to SELC, but we practice across the country. We have I think 12 regional offices. I may have that number wrong. And we also have offices that focus on specific program areas like fossil fuel infrastructure and clean energy and tribal work. And we work across the country with communities that are both underserved and have been impacted by some really bad decision making by a lot of different aspects of government and engineers and land use planners, and trying to really shift those decisions back to the community. I've been fortunate to have the opportunity to learn from CCC and from Nicole and Kalila and Kennedy, who's not here, in providing some litigation support on the work that we're doing in Centerville, and really learning to see how that litigation is only in a piece of the advocacy and is only in a piece of what might be a solution, and really recognizing what my role as an individual lawyer and what Earth Justice's role is within this broader ecosystem of justice. So I'll stop there and hopefully have a chance to talk about some more specifics later.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Malia Gertzba, and I'm currently the Director of Clean Water and Equity at the Alliance for the Great Lakes. The Alliance is a regional organization. We have our largest office based in Chicago, and we have staff in the states throughout the Great Lakes region. In my role, I get to work on water infrastructure in particular, and I bring an equity focus to it. So working on a lot of the justice issues that others have talked about. The Alliance itself works not just to promote the health of the Great Lakes, but increasingly to protect the health of communities that depend on the Great Lakes. And a lot of what I like to do is learn about approaches that people are taking all over the country and internationally so that we can really broaden the thinking from outside of the region, and also bring some of the most amazing things that are being done within the region to bear on some of these challenging issues. I think I might be the only one on the panel who is not actively lawyering right now. I did practice environmental advocacy and public health law for 20 years prior to joining the Alliance about 2 years ago. And personally, I kind of got into law backwards. I never intended to be a lawyer when I went to law school. I came from a family that was all very focused on health. A lot of nurses, doctors. My mom was a hospital chaplain. And I wanted to just work in public health. But somebody early on said, well, why don't you go get a law degree? It'll give you some useful tools for trying to approach these issues. And I think I've tried to maintain that kind of generalist outlook, but focused on promoting the health of people, and also to work from a social and racial justice perspective. So I think we'll be talking more about some of the tools that we use. As a generalist, I don't just view a problem as something to litigate or something to get rules made over.
I try to think about all of the tools in the toolbox. And I had the amazing privilege of learning from Lonnie Guinier when I was in law school. I think I took her class in 2001. And she basically highlighted for us, these are not tools to be looked at as things to use unto themselves. They are all part of an overall larger effort and movement to work on some of the injustices of our time together. So I like to think of each of these pieces as playing important roles. And the challenge to me as sort of applying my law brain is to think of strategically about which tool we are using, think about them in dynamic relationship to each other, and think about them all as being in service to the interests, the community, health, the rights of the people that we are trying to promote. So I'll just end by saying, I think like a lot of others, I'll echo Dr. Mila Marshall in saying, I joined up with the Centerville crew in 2018, close to the start of some of the advocacy, and it deeply, deeply changed me, including some of the residents who are in the audience today. I was an air expert before I started working in Centerville, and I now completely work on water. And it was in large because of what I learned, what I saw in Centerville, this idea that I could live in the state of Illinois, in Northeast Illinois and Chicago, and not have any idea that this was going on, that some of the most entrenched, horrific conditions could be existing in my home state, in a part of the country that supposedly is doing really well on some of these problems, and nobody knew about it. Nobody was talking about it, and it had been going on for decades. That really stayed with me. So we'll be talking more about, how we all are approaching these problems, but I just wanted to end with saying thanks to the residents of Centerville and Cahokia Heights and to the team that has come together to support them. You can't look away, you can't walk away after those kinds of experiences. And I think that's why we're all here.
Thank you, Malia. And that's what you're hearing here. So when I started working in Centerville, I was a fair housing attorney. I worked at the Metropolitan St. Louis Equal Housing Attorney. I'd been there for 10 years doing civil rights work. Kashana was one of my earliest mentors in that fair housing work. And I met Lauren early on. And when I say that community lawyering, the way that we approach the work now is totally different, and it really is transformative. So I think what I want to move right into is Chandra, I want to talk to you. But it's no secret that civil rights, environmental justice work is under attack right now. And I'd like to hear from each of you in your different capacities what challenges you are facing to either bringing new legal challenges or to defending existing challenges in your community.
So I'm going to definitely answer that question. I'm going to start with saying that we're all still here, and we all still know disproportionate burdens are being, wrought upon communities of color and underserved communities. And we are still able to use bedrock laws. We're still able to interact in county commissions on the municipal level to actually get good outcomes in the communities. I will say that in, over 20 years of practice, that the wins that I have seen over the years have been a combination of private intervention and eminent domain proceedings to prevent African-American land loss, and enforcing the Clean Water Act in Black communities where there is a permit and a polluter is exceeding the limits, and going directly to, asking the EPA to take action under the Safe Water Drinking Act. That yes, we have so many attacks on bedrock civil rights laws and on environmental justice, but we still have the tools to actually make progress. So directly answering the question, there is a huge concern in whether we will be able to use the Civil Rights Act of 1964 moving forward to directly raise the issue of disproportionate burden, adverse impact based on race. That is something that many community groups they've wanted to bring Title VI civil rights claims alongside Clean Water Act claims alongside Clean Air Act claims. And in the past, that was something that was, for several years, it has been on the table as something that I could file on behalf of a partner group, that a partner group could file on behalf of themselves, because you don't have to have an attorney to file an administrative civil rights complaint. But in this current, where we are right now, filing civil rights complaints based on how a permit, may be issued in a way that actually has a disproportionate adverse impact on a community protected by the Civil Rights Act, that it is dangerous at this time. And there has to be a real calculation about whether to proceed with that, understanding that our current Supreme Court, that if we get to the Supreme Court in one of these cases, that it may be the end to what we call the disparate impact standard. It's just a real huge concern. I'd say another very large concern is how we engage in National Environmental Policy Act practice. In many cases where there are, large expenditures of federal dollars, or there's a huge federal action, where when we know that there is a community of color, or a low wealth community in the past, we knew to expect that there should be a robust environmental justice analysis. In the current, where we are right now, with the state of the National Environmental Policy Act and the state of referring to the Council for Environmental Quality guidance on to environmental justice, knowing that we no longer have federal environmental justice executive orders, we don't have that same requirement that federal agencies will do, that there will be this environmental justice analysis. So we're needing to think about other ways to make sure that the ongoing, harm is actually acknowledged, and find the other ways to influence the process for these huge projects. So I think that's something that, I'm out with my colleagues and other people in the environmental and advocacy community are thinking about, raise these health issues, because they're important. And I think that there are still hooks in federal law for us to bring them, but we have to think about it differently now.
Thank you. Susan, I actually want to ask that same question of you, because Susan is one of our partners. We've litigated together in the with CCC. They handle the Clean Water Act case. We handle all the tort and constitutional claims. And in fact, we filed our own Title VI complaint with Treasury. Surprise, surprise. It went nowhere. So I'd like to hear that same. What are you seeing? What's the shift that you're seeing, Susan, in the dynamic?
So I'll add on to what Chandra said. And I think just to take a step back and think about this structurally, some of our bedrock environmental laws, the National Environmental Policy Act, the Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act, these were adopted under a Republican president, many, many years ago. And every time there's an administration change, we see the administration priorities shift a little bit. We might see one administration more focused on business interests, and another one more focused on community interests. What we're seeing now is radically different from anything we've seen before. It is a structural deregulation of every environmental and public health protection at the federal level, and where there are some constraints on what this administration can do with the law, there's a gutting of those people who are supposed to be implementing the law and enforcing the law. So if you can't get rid of the Clean Water Act, you can cut 80% of the EPA staff who are supposed to enforce it. And environmental justice work didn't start at the federal level. It started in communities like all of yours and all of the ones we've heard about today. It started with a place-based, local level advocacy, some state work. And so we're really thinking that part of our strategy now is to be working on a state and regional and even local level to try to identify strategies and leverage opportunities to do some of that same work. So for example, in New York and New Jersey, two states that I work in a lot, we have state level cumulative impacts laws that require that before certain projects are built, there has to be an assessment of the existing pollution burdens on a community and a measure of the additional impacts from the proposed project. And it's a basis to deny a project. And so we're looking to some of those opportunities to see how we can address advocacy. The thing that I want to come back to that Chandra talked about that I think is really important is the strategy about what cases to bring and what cases not to bring. And there are some real concerns about certain issues getting up the chain of the courts, getting up to the Supreme Court, because we don't think we'll get the right decision. And what that sometimes means is our legal advice as a strategic legal advisor, thinking about the landscape as a whole, might be not to proceed with a particular case to avoid that risk. On the other hand, it might be what that particular community needs, or it might be the only available potential form of relief for a community. And so as lawyers, one of our obligations and challenges when we're doing community lawyering is to make sure that we are transparent about what the basis is for that decision making. And can I have another 30 seconds?
Yeah.
And I know I'm getting a little bit out of myself, but I want to talk a little bit about a learning opportunity that came up recently in the Centerville case, where in thinking about a brief that we needed to file, Earth Justice was very much looking at the landscape, looking at whether if we took certain positions, whether that might trigger federal action that could undermine what we were trying to do or could affect other pieces of litigation. And so our advice in the particular situation was more cautious and perhaps less specifically focused on the non-negotiables for the community. And so we had a lot of back and forth around how we were going to both protect the community from risk, but also make it clear that we, in that role as advocate and representative of the community, were identifying those non-negotiables for Centerville and trying to craft a way to do that that didn't trigger those risks, but really understanding that our job as community lawyers was to be true to what that community needs are in any particular moment, provided that we're transparent about our broader concerns.
Yeah, absolutely. So in that way, it requires that a certain type of creativity, a certain type of collaboration. And so because we know that courts have always been difficult. They've never been friendly places for civil rights, especially practicing here in Missouri. So Lauren, I want to turn to you because you have taken a very interesting approach. And Lauren approached CCC back in 2019, and I think we ended up filing just before the pandemic. But can you talk to them a little bit about how your human rights clinic works and the type of work that you're doing in communities like Centerville to bring international attention?
Yeah. And so I think I explained a little bit before. So we do litigate in state and federal court on certain cases. And then we're also bringing issues, cases, complaints to the International Human Rights Fora around the world. And it's become more and more difficult, especially this year as the current administration has withdrawn from pretty much all international organizations. And so in the meantime, we've been trying to keep a record of what's happening and feed that information to the United Nations experts, the Inter-American Commission, experts what's happening and get interaction from them, and also interact with movements around the world. So in 2019 and 2020, right before the pandemic hit, we had put together a request for a hearing amongst a variety of different organizations on specifically on sanitation. Drink water was going to be included, but specifically on sanitation rights in the Americas. And the pandemic hit and everything was halted for a while. At some point, we'll come back to that. But it would have been an excellent opportunity to go to the Inter-American Commission, which is in Washington, D.C., not some foreign country, right? And have the commissioners hear from communities across the United States who have sanitation issues and hear from the commissioners about sanitation rights, right? They're experts in human rights in various issue areas, including environmental, drinking water, sanitation. So someday we'll come back to that. In the meantime, there's been quite a lot of other things happening, as you all know. I think in doing international human rights work, right, a lot of the challenge is explaining the relevance, right? A lot of people think, what's the point, right? The United Nations has no enforcement mechanisms here in the United States. What's the point? And I think, for me, this is an additional tool in the toolbox. This is another way for voices from the community to be heard at a different level, right? And it can be so powerful just to have people listen and ask questions and say, yes, your rights are being denied. And we often don't get that from our state courts, from our federal courts, from anywhere nearby. And we can get that at the international level. And sometimes for communities, that can be really, really powerful. And that's what we've been trying to get to for Centerville.
Please, Chandra.
I wanted to follow up about the power of these opportunities to be heard and community voices to be heard, and how we can be thinking about that, doing even more of that right now. It made me think about United States Commission on Civil Rights meeting that we got members of the United States Commission on Civil Rights to come to North Carolina to hear about coal ash and the disparate adverse impacts of, basically, sluicing coal dust into water bodies in close proximity to a community that relied on well water from the water body where the coal ash was being disposed. They were there to hear from the local community. Like, we were able to have the meeting in like a local library. People from the community were able to, prepare their testimony for the commission. And the outcome of that hearing was, this recommendation that, coal ash in a way that actually protects people and the environment. And they also made a recommendation about a zoning issues come up so much over and over again. It had to do with that local community nearby needing, they were ready to be annexed because they wanted more city services. But that was, and as we talked about threats to, how we proceed and do our work, I don't even know if the United States Commission on Civil Rights actually continues to exist. I would imagine that it has been threatened. It may not be operating in the function, may not have any staff anymore, but that doesn't mean that we can't have our own people's hearings, which I have been, pushed to do by partner groups, in which, we didn't go into a community thinking, oh, what we should do in a community called Ogeechiton in Savannah, Georgia. That was a community that had a auto transfer facility like right in their neighborhood. It caused like lots of noise. It interrupted traffic flow in and out of the community. And, we were looking at what is the zoning angle? How can we go in before the planning board to address that this, this commercial facility shouldn't be in the community. And the community was like, we want to have a series of press conferences. And that was a pivot for us to call in our communication staff to really support them, with yard signage, about what the threat was from this facility, to actually help with talking points for the press conference for that community. And, ultimately that facility actually has had to move out of that local community. And we realized that the community actually wasn't interested in pushing forward with another legal action, but the action of actually having been heard by the press and supporting them in that communications effort. It had so much, it was a lot of persuasion to actually have a ultimate good outcome for them with getting rid of that facility. So I wanted to just and on how we can still continue with these opportunities for people to be heard in public.
Chandra, I'm going to have you pass the mic to Kashana because what you just said sparked this idea for me, and it's that we are going to have to keep digging into our toolbox and inventing new tools. And so, as I said, I started my legal career in the fair housing world, and Kashana is renowned there. And so what I would like to think about is I've always believed, or I've come to believe, that environmental racism is the next frontier in fair housing anti-discrimination work. So what I would like to have you talk about, Kashana, is how what would it look like to pursue a civil rights agenda that merged fair housing, environmental justice, kind of what you're doing at the redress movement. Can you talk to us about that?
Thanks, Kalila. I think it is something that you're right? These are issues that are really inextricably linked, and we don't necessarily always understand them that way. But I think that the people who are in communities, right, where they suffer the ill effects of environmental racism and environmental hazards, right, disproportionately placed in Black and Brown communities, those folks understand the links, right? And so one of the things that I've experienced having practiced in the fair housing space in New Orleans, right, is we are a community where you cannot escape that reality, right? So unfortunately, New Orleans has learned a variety of lessons related to climate justice and environmental racism, right? That then folks across the country and the world really learn and learn from as well. One thing I'll say is that the experiences that New Orleans has had navigating the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina really has provided a blueprint for a variety of communities, including the folks in the New York area following Superstorm Sandy. We're still continuing to work and partner with colleagues in Puerto Rico, right, navigating the impacts of Hurricane Maria and a variety of devastating storms there. And so the reality is that in New Orleans and in the Gulf South, we've been very clear for a long time about how these issues are linked. What I'll say is that in the work that Redress is doing, again, we center organizing and base building. In those conversations that we have with community members about what it is that they like to see or what it is that they are experiencing, we continue to hear about the ways in which people understand how redlining maps, right, continue to affect the air that they breathe, the water that they have to drink. For instance, in Milwaukee, we are working on a campaign now to get the county to enforce a law that they have, a local law that's in place that makes it illegal for property owners to discriminate against housing choice voucher holders, right? However, when we look at the redlining maps of Milwaukee, one thing that we immediately notice is that the communities that were redlined, that were intentionally starved of investment by the federal government, those are the same communities that have the highest concentration of voucher holders, right? We know that people are actually not able to take their vouchers and live wherever they would like to live. They're often in neighborhoods that were redlined, that didn't experience experience investment. We also know that those are the same neighborhoods that have the highest number of environmental hazards placed in them, right? Going a little bit further, we know that these are the neighborhoods in which children experience the highest rates of hospitalizations due to asthma. In New Orleans, we actually were able to overlay the redlining maps with birth weight of babies. And it turns out that the communities where voucher holders are segregated are also the communities where children are most often born at dangerously low birth weights. And those are the same communities where children most often witness gun violence. And so we have to understand how all of these systems are linked and how all of these harms build on top of each other in order to adequately address them.
Thank you. You know, and talking about deepening that toolkit, Malia, I'm coming to you next because I think what we've all found is we're all litigators, or were, okay? We either are all litigators or we're litigators, but like Kashana talked about, when you have municipalities that are not enforcing the laws, when you have the federal government that is not enforcing the laws, talk to us about how important policy is going to be and policy making is going to be. How can communities use policy making effectively in this atmosphere?
So I wanted to follow up on some of the themes about the redlining still being with us and then trying to answer the policy question within that. So one of the things that really stood out to me as I went deeper and deeper into the work in Centerville, and I'm now applying that lens to a lot more of the work that I do, is, you know, a lot of environmental justice for years was understood as like industrial pollution that you can see at the surface in communities. And what you find in the water space is if you apply the same presumptions around the segregation of housing that you see at the surface to the water systems that are built under the ground, it explains a heck of a lot of what we're seeing in terms of inequities and harms when it comes to water infrastructure in general. So drinking water, stormwater, sewer systems. And you can see the exact same patterns playing out. You have in communities that are diverse and large, you see that the least amount of investment over time has happened in the same communities that were redlined. And you see all of those things compounding on top of each other, such that when you have the more extreme conditions of climate change hitting, you get these catastrophic impacts. But because other parts of the system are doing okay, and people don't see enough of what's actually happening in the worst off areas themselves firsthand, there's this kind of like denial / oblivion to how bad some of the problems are in certain parts of the system. So a lot of what the policy space that I work in does is it tries to, so I was basically taught as a lawyer to ask a couple of questions. One, where are the gaps, conflicts, and ambiguities in the rules that we have, right? Who is getting left out? What are we not seeing in the existing laws that we have on the books? Another thing is, are you hurting the people you're trying to help? And so a lot of my practice takes using that lawyer's eye, looking at the traditional policies that we are left with to say, who is still being harmed? Who does this law not serve? And interestingly, when you start unpacking things like the Clean Water Act or the Safe Drinking Water Act, you start to see how some of their baseline presumptions around protecting environmental values is actually leaving out the people who are in the communities around whom this environment is supposedly happening. So in terms of the policymaking space, one of the things that I've tried to emphasize is figuring out how far you can push those laws to the best of what they're able to deliver. And then how do you need to start thinking creatively to design the new policies that will in fact advance the interests and the people who have been left out of all of those laws traditionally. So it's not litigation. You're not going to court. You're not pushing on the remedy that way, but you are telling stories. You are identifying people left out, and you are going to decision makers in a very different way to say, look, rules of the game have never served these people. They have never served these values. We need to stop pretending that they do, and we need to start talking about what else is needed, what else is new. And in the work that I do across a number of, blue, red, and purple states in the Midwest, we're finding that a lot of the potential is when you look past kind of taglines and you actually start talking about real conditions on the ground and the real harms that people are experiencing all over, and the connections where you basically see the same patterns over and over and over again. So you hear a lot of the times, like, every local issue is local, you need, like, everything's very different, you need lots of resources. And it's like, no, there are patterns. And it's the patterns that I think we're identifying here today to say, this is all a different flavor of the same thing. And then the policymaking space acknowledges these are patterns and our policies need to address these patterns.
So I don't know about those, Indiana. So for folks who may not be familiar with CCC story, how it came to be, I was a fair housing lawyer. Nicole was a civil litigator. And when Walter Bird, who was the former president of CCC, came to us and said he had raw sewage in his home, we had to go looking for the types of attorneys who did this work. And they weren't here. So we became them, right? So I guess, I don't know for others, how do people get connected to organizations? We were fortunate because one of the first calls we made was to Earth Justice, and we got Malia. And then our next call was NRDC, and we got Susan. And Lauren called us. So we were fortunate. How do people get plugged to this network? Anyone can take that question.
If I may, I would love to
Please.
just follow up on this idea of patterns, right? And what I would say is the most important step is to be very clear that none of what we're talking about happens by accident. And there is no community that is the only place that experiences these harms, right? And that is grappling with these issues. The reality is that these inequities were set up by design, and they are absolutely intentional. And I think falling into the trap of, well, this is happening to our community, or our community is the only community that's been affected this way, or, this is so entrenched here and we'll never be able to beat it. That's actually a trap designed to defeat us. We have to be very, very clear that lots of other communities are grappling with this. I hear that a lot in the work that I do. It very often comes up when we're dealing with not in my back or NIMBY opposition, right? Everybody should be very clear that, generally speaking, white folks do not love the idea of affordable or subsidized housing in their communities, right? They just simply don't. And so every time I go into a space and this issue comes up, I hear so much about, times from residents themselves who say, it's so entrenched, this white supremacy is so deep, we're never going to be able to get over this. Sometimes from elected officials who should know better and be able to do better, I hear, well, this neighborhood, they have a historic designation, and so we're just never going to be able to get past that. None of this, right, is a valid excuse. And the reality is that white folks are upset about affordable housing in their communities everywhere, and have been for decades and decades and decades, right? And so we have to be clear that not only do these patterns persist, but there are ways to overcome, right, these outcomes. There are ways to defeat, right, this opposition, whether we're talking about change around the environment, whether we're talking about the building of subsidized affordable housing in well-resourced communities. So we have to understand the ways in which these patterns come up and the ways in which they persist. Once we are able to understand what we're experiencing as part of an intentional system of inequity, then we can connect to those resources. Right? Because we can Google, right, Rise St. James down in South Louisiana that beat back, right, the placement of a plastics plant in their community. Then we can figure out who they worked with and maybe try and connect with folks, right, that work on those kinds of issues. We can Google or look into where advocates have been able to successfully beat back NIMBY opposition to the building of affordable housing in well-resourced communities. And then we can figure out how we can do that in our own communities. But I would say the first step to getting connected to those resources and to winning these victories is to understand that we're never alone. This has been set up by design, and know that there are ways to overcome these systems, connected in a way to do so.
So on our last, we've got about 5 minutes. So on our last couple of minutes, what is it that you want us? I want to give each of you all a minute for parting thoughts. So Malia, since you've got the mic.
Yeah, I'm actually going to on some of the themes that you're talking about. So I sometimes ask myself, what does this whole lawyering thing mean? Like, why is this valuable? A lot of what I've found is helpful in community settings is when I can go in and talk to people and listen to them and then be able to say, you're not crazy. There is something there. I can actually map the problem you are describing against my understanding of the rules, the laws, and the system that were built to supposedly protect this thing and supposedly protect you, but are not actually doing that. It's not just you, and you're not picking up on something that's not there. So there's a way in which a lawyer can be kind of like the anti-gaslighting force to say, like, you're not crazy. And I think that alone goes to this issue of like, this is how this is what we mean when we say something is structural racism or structural inequity. It's
Oh, I'm
understanding
sorry.
that
I
all
gotta
the
stop you.
forms.
I gotta stop you there. Susan, I'm gonna pass the mic to you for your closing thoughts.
She really is keeping us on schedule, isn't she?
Script. They know. They're not surprised.
So
I told them.
I wanted to just say a couple things about sort of what core principles of community lawyering. What is it that we think about doing differently? And I think Malia alluded to it, but trust isn't built by showing up with a law degree and good intentions, right? Trust is built by showing up and engaging with the community and listening. And like, if you think about it as a process, one way to think about it is to listen to the problem that's presented and to work with the community to break it down. What is it that you're seeing? How is it part of a systemic racism? And then to brainstorm together with the community what solutions might be, and really just wide open brainstorming. And then one of the roles I think that the lawyers can play is to identify and daylight some of those unintended consequences that might arise from some of those solutions, and potentially help a community narrow the range of possibilities, and then really explore together what is strategic in that moment for that community. With that particular problem, what does a strategy look like? What is a policy strategy? What is a communication strategy? What is a litigation strategy? How do those all work together to meet the very specific goal that might address the problem the community has identified? And we can't do that without listening carefully as lawyers. We might have legal expertise, but our community partners are the ones who have the life experience that really informs the process.
Thank you, Susan. So we'll have to stop it there. It's 2:00. Thank you to the wonderful panel. We so enjoyed it. We're going to move right into our keynote speaker. So sit tight. We don't have a break, and I'll release the panel. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So that'll play after me, right? All right, folks, we're going to get started in just a few minutes. Thanks for your patience. Are you serious right now? Can the Ready. All right, folks, we're going to get started here. All right, you all have been hanging in all day, real troopers. Hopefully this has been an enjoyable experience for you all. So a few things. One, I am an attorney by practice, but that does not mean I enjoy public speaking. So bear with me here as I do the introduction to our keynote speaker. Our team met Catherine Flowers back in 2019. Kalila Jackson and I had just started this work. And when I say just started, I mean that very loosely because neither one of us does environmental law, right? We both were practicing in our own separate corners of the world. And then I met Walter Bird and here we are. But at that time we had a relationship with Earth Justice and they said, hey, we filed a complaint similar to conditions that you all are experiencing in Lowndes County, Alabama. And so Catherine was so gracious. She really quite immediately agreed to come up to what's now known as Cahokia Heights, back then Centerville, Illinois. And we gave her a tour. Um, and if you're from Centerville and Cahokia Heights, you know there's dry seasons, there's wet seasons, right? And so when she scheduled her visit, it was dry. And Khalil and I were terrified because usually it's flooding, there's sewage everywhere, right? And so we're like, Catherine is coming. And so we were like, what are we going to show her? Are we going to say, hey, look, close your eyes, imagine the flooding, right? Like we were like, what do we do? Because there's very serious issues here, but it was just dry at that time. Fortunately, Catherine was so helpful. And one of the things she first told us was do a door-to-door survey of what everyone is experiencing. And we did. We ended up getting a grant through the Joyce Foundation, thanks to Lauren Bartlett, who was on the community lawyering panel. And that's really how we kicked off. And Catherine has continued to be our mentor over the years and helps amplify Centerville, Cahokia Heights, and other places, and then also just helps us navigate a difficult space that the environmental area can be. So I want to tell you a little bit about Catherine Flowers, should you not know who she is. Catherine Coleman Flowers is an internationally recognized environmental activist, MacArthur Genius Grant recipient, and she has dedicated her life's work to advocating for environmental justice, primarily equal access to clean water and functional sanitation for communities across the United States. Founder of the Center for Rural Enterprise and Environmental Justice, Flowers has spent her career promoting equal access to clean water, air, sanitation, and soil to reduce health and economic disparities in marginalized and rural communities. Flowers sits on the board of directors for the Climate Reality Project, the National Resource Defense Council, and RMI, as well as serving as a practitioner in residence position at the Nicholas School of the Environment at Duke University. In 2021, her leadership and her fervor in fighting for solutions to these issues led her to one of her most notable appointments yet, Vice Chair of the Biden administration's inaugural White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council. In 2023, she was recognized as one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world and was featured on Forbes 50 over 50 list. In 2025, she was awarded the prestigious Time Earth Award. Flowers is the author of the newly released Holy Ground on Activism, Environmental Justice and Finding Hope, and Waste, One Woman's Fight Against America's Dirty Secret. Ground is an inspiring collection of unflinching essays, personal and political, that frames the challenges we face as a society and, with grace, generosity, and hope, charts the way toward equity, respect, and a brighter future. In Waste, Flowers shares her inspiring story of advocacy from childhood to environmental justice champion, and discusses sanitation and its correlation with systemic class, racial, and geographic prejudice that affects people across the United States. Flowers and her work have been profiled by CBS's 60 Minutes, The New York Times, The Washington Post, The Guardian, PBS NewsHour, and more. And now, after that, I'm going to have us play a short video that is even more reflective of Ms. Catherine's work, and then she shall follow. Thank you.
Problem. The people that were interested the most were the people that were not in the United States. People were just surprised and shocked that this problem existed in the U.S., you know, the richest country in the world. A lot of Americans are not aware of the sanitation issues and how it impacts them, because when they flush their toilets, it goes away. They don't think about it. But more and more, because of climate change, sanitation issues are becoming more prevalent in communities that have never experienced them before.
Here is
We're hearing from people around the country that are experiencing sanitation issues where sewage is coming back into their homes. And initially, they thought it was a plumbing problem. But where we have sea level rise, where we have saltwater excursion, where we're having more massive rainfalls, all of that is impacting sewage and it's creating a problem for a lot of people. So far more people now understand about sanitation than ever before and how it impacts them, but not enough.
People living in Lowndes County, Alabama, have gotten sick with hookworm and other illnesses because of poor wastewater treatment systems.
ADPH failed to act on decades-old sewage issues in the county.
These issues disproportionately impact and burden Black communities.
The local people in Lowndes County were raising their stories and telling their stories and sharing them to where people heard them around the world. And it was that pushback that we got from people around the world that actually got the local officials, state officials, and eventually the national officials interested in learning that there was indeed a sanitation problem in the United States. We're at a moment where we used to be able to look to the federal government to help, but it's a shame that we're at a point that the federal government is not interested in protecting the nation from all of these environmental injustices that could harm people. So we have to fight locally to change that. We can't leave our children at home when we're trying to change things. They need to go to the polls with their parents and see them vote. They need to go to the meetings where they're organizing strategy to bring about changes in policies or just changes in how we build our communities. And I believe that in order for us to get to where we want to be, it has to be led by the youth. And that's what gives me hope. In my book, Holy Ground, I talk about my faith. And I think that we should not be ashamed to talk about our faith, because if we support Mother Earth, I think that it is not inconsistent with the spirituality of human beings. And if we care about the universe that God created for us, we should really care about protecting it and making sure that our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren can also enjoy and have the kind of life that all of us should have, because Mother Earth has made it possible for us.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix. Now, this whole flow is a conversation, so your words actually build your website. I'm going for a store. And after a free-flowing conversation, I get this detailed site brief. And just like that, my first draft is ready. Now, that's dope. Next, you can really get in there and style it your way.
And also
here's the fun
Lowndes
part.
County,
You can regenerate this whole thing over and over. Or you can tweak something specific, like your layout. Let me describe what I had in mind.
Listen to
Yeah, that's
the
fire.
introduction. And
If
I
there was
thought
ever a
about
time to
the
speak
first
life into
time
your
I
dreams,
actually
it's
came
right
here when I went to Centerville, and what I saw in Centerville just reminded me of so much of Lowndes County, because I saw more raw sewage, toilet paper, and human feces on the ground there than I've seen in Lowndes County. And it surprised me because people always want to characterize this as a down south issue. But today I had to look at Missouri. I was a history teacher. That's one of the things that's not in my introduction. But I was a history teacher before I was a full-time activist. Actually, I always thought that teachers were activists in the classroom because of all the other things that we have to do in order to teach our students. But when I thought about Missouri, and I thought about the Missouri Compromise. For those of you, if you remember that history lesson, that Missouri was a slave state, and that the Missouri Compromise was the way in which they decided, whether or not Congress, actually when I looked at that history, I thought about the history today, whether or not the United States, they would maintain that balance in terms of the number of slave states and the number of free states. And some of these same states are currently the ones that we have to be looking at today in terms of whether or not the United States go backwards or go forward. And with the Missouri Compromise, they came I think out of that we can get some hope, although it was decided with the compromise that Maine would be a free state and Missouri would be admitted as a slave state, but it was overturned by the Dred Scott decision later. So I said that to you, I wanted to start there because that gives us hope that although voting rights is being challenged and a lot of other things are being challenged and our freedoms in general are being challenged, but there is hope. And those things that we lived through and got us to where we are today, we're going to live through this because we're resilient. And we're going to make the change and make America lives up to its ideal. And this ideal includes making sure that everybody has access to a type of sanitation system that works. And when I think about all the things that I've had the opportunity to experience as an activist, first of all, you know, when I grew up in Lowndes County, you know, my biggest influence were my parents and the fact that they were activists in the community. You know, I characterized my parents as the jailhouse lawyers of their community because everybody came to them with their problems and they tried to solve them. But I never thought when I was growing up in Lowndes County that I would be on a world stage and I would have the opportunity to do the things that I'm doing, but I could only do it because of the people in Lowndes County, because they trusted me enough to share with me what they were experiencing. Because if we stay in our silos and don't talk to each other, we don't know that we're all dealing with the same thing. And what I found out in Lowndes County is that the septic systems just were not working. Because when I grew up in Lowndes County, when we first moved to Lowndes County, we didn't have a septic tank. We actually had an outhouse. And we went from an outhouse to a cesspool, and from a cesspool to a septic tank. So when the sewage started coming back into the houses, we thought that it was a plumbing problem because that's what they told us. But what has happened in the US is that as we build things, we have built stuff to fail. If you go back to the automobile industry, when people were buying American cars, for those that can remember that are my age, American-made cars only last for 4 or 5 years. But that changed when Toyota started making cars and selling them in the United States, and they were lasting longer. So now American-made cars last longer because of the competition. There is no real competition with sanitation. It's the same engineers getting the same contracts over and over and over again. There's no incentive to build a better system, whether it's in Centerville, whether it's in Uniontown, Alabama, whether it's in Lowndes County, because the same people are benefiting from the failures. And what we have to do as activists, we have to change our playbook. First of all, we have to start calling people out. Sometimes we don't want to call people out because we're in the same political party. But if they're not representing us, we need to either replace them or call them out and make them do the right thing. Sometimes we don't want to call people out because we are members of the same church. So we don't say anything. You know, it's like I saw something on YouTube recently where a minister was criticizing the parishioner because she didn't give the $2,000. She gave the $1,200. And what was interesting to me is all the ministers that I respected that came out and defended this person. We cannot continue to do that. It's that failed paradigm that's gotten us in the position that we're in today. So one of the things that I like to do is give you a few ideas that we have used that might be able to help us make the progress that we need to make in our communities. Because I understand that almost everybody here is dealing with sanitation issues somewhere in the US. First of all, the sanitation issues that are existing in the US are existing around the world. It's a global issue. Recently, my partner James and I went to Italy. We were invited to the Laudato Si 10th anniversary, where the Pope gave his encyclical about caring for the earth. And when we went there, we went to a community called Castel Gandolfo. And Castel Gandolfo is actually part of the Vatican, part of Vatican City, because that's the summer residence for the Pope. And when we went to Castel Gandolfo, one of the things that was very, very interesting to me was the fact that we looked around and saw stuff that was built in the 600s, and it wasn't falling apart. You know, it's like, it reminded me of when I went to Edinburgh in Scotland, and I could look out of my window and see the Castle of Edinburgh and how old it was, and was not falling apart. And I bought a house in 2021. I've had to replace the refrigerator, got to replace, I guess, the motherboard for the oven. Another little fridge went out. This was in 2021, and I'm in this town, and I'm looking around, and we're going down in these tunnels under these streets that were there probably, you know, before Christ. And here in the United States, we can't build stuff that can last and won't stop cracking or falling apart after 5 or 6 years. So one of the things we have to do is start calling this out, because it doesn't work. And what we found out when we went there, when they started talking about issues, we started talking about, they talked about the Global South. And the Global South, of course, doesn't include the southern part of the United States, but one of the things that we're pushing is that they need to redefine the Global South. And the Global South should include Alabama, Mississippi, it should include Missouri as well. Certainly Louisiana, Texas, all of that should be part of the Global South. Because when you go to Texas, and we had the opportunity to go down to the Colonias. If you don't know what the Colonias is the area from Texas to California along the Mexican border. It's unincorporated. That area, I think to call it rural is wrong, because in some of those little areas, you got more people than they have in some cities and towns. A lot of them were living in mobile homes. And when we went there, we were invited by EPA, and they told us not to mention sanitation. Every home we went to, they brought it up to us because they have the same issues. When we've gone to other places, when I went to Jackson, Mississippi, which I write about in the book Holy Ground, I had the opportunity to go to Jackson the day before I went to Dubai. And I was like, God, how am I going to be able to do this? Go to Jackson, then go to Dubai, and that's a long flight. But I realized that I was supposed to do that so I could see the difference. And and you know, it was mentioned in my introduction, I am a person of faith, and I believe God doesn't make mistakes, and sometimes he does things for us to see from a different perspective. So when I arrived to Jackson, in the airport, the mayor of Jackson was on the plane. So of course, me being me, I had to say something to him. So we met at the baggage claim area, and I said to him, I'm here to go, I was there for the Atlantic Festival, and it was called the State of Mississippi. That was the name of the festival. But that morning, I was going to meet local activists who were taking me through the community so that I could see what was going on in the community. And what was interesting was that the activists that took me through that community started telling me the story about the floods. How there were intentional flooding of some communities in in Mississippi. And I went back and learned about the intentional flooding that was also taking place. There have been communities that are wiped out when they started generating power, and they built these lakes and wiped out these communities so that they could have these lakes to generate power. But she started telling me about that. And she told me about her grandmother and how her grandmother didn't even drink the water there in Jackson. And they told me how the year before they had had a homecoming when Deion Sanders, he was still the football coach there, and everybody was coming to Jackson because Jackson was winning all these games and Deion was the coach. And the mayor issued a statement telling people that the pressure was going to, their water pressure was going to go down because of the number of people that were coming to town. And after people left, this particular person that took me on this tour said that her house flooded. A number of people there, when the water pressure came back up, it was too much, and it caused their homes to flood. And when I went there, when I met the mayor, one of the things he said to me is that, Catherine, when you go and look at Mississippi, look at Jackson, this is what disinvestment looks like. In other words, instead of investing in Jackson, they've invested in areas all around outside of Jackson and have allowed Jackson to die. And when I left Jackson and I went to Dubai, never thought a country girl from Lowndes County would end up going to Dubai. And when I went there, I was staying in the financial district, and I got to see all of the innovation that they have there. This is a place in a desert. They said 30 years ago, Dubai didn't even exist. But when you look at Dubai now, I saw buildings built that defy gravity and logic. I saw what could happen if we use our imagination and went beyond the obvious. And while I was there, you know, I happened to be in the room with some noted people, and one person who was on the stage, one of the persons in the audience introduced herself and asked a question and said that she was from Alabama. And the person that was on the stage said, yeah, we've heard about Alabama and what is happening with the sewage problem in Lowndes County. The person speaking was Hillary Clinton. I never thought that Hillary Clinton was paying attention to what was happening in Lowndes County. But the person that came into the room afterwards was the head of technology and innovation for Dubai. And I went up to him and I spoke with him and I said, I'm amazed at what I see here, and I'd like to come back to learn. And he said, you can come back anytime you want to. Because what I saw there, this is a country that basically is in a desert. That's what the UAE is, in a desert in the Middle East. Because it was even very hot when we were there, and it was December. But it's in a desert, but they have desalinization plants, so they have to take the salt out of the water so they can have water to drink. And it's thriving. And here we have Jackson that's surrounded by water pretty much, and is not thriving because they have not invested in the area. And that is what is happening in a lot of these communities that are suffering from wastewater problems. There's been a lack of investment. But if you look at the American Society of Civil Engineers, one of the things that you see is that the United States get a D+ in infrastructure, especially wastewater infrastructure. But they keep doing the same thing the same old way. In most cities, sewage treatment plants are only built to last for 25 years. So most of them are already outdated. And then when you look at the issue that we've been looking at for all these years, the septic tank. You know, I got a chance a couple of years ago to go to Hawaii. And I went to Oahu and found out that in Honolulu, a lot of the houses are built with septic tanks. And those septic tanks are going into the aquifer. In addition to that, I went to an area where they were trying to recreate this oyster farm. And they were showing me how the sewage was coming off the mountains when it rains and ends up going there and killing the oysters. Because they have a problem with that, and they also have the problem that the Navy is there doing some contamination as well. But what was so interesting is that the people that were the solution that they were looking at was putting in place, actually they call them cesspools, but they were replacing them with septic tanks. And I said, y'all need to come to Lowndes County because you're going to have the same problem after you spend this money. And what was interesting about it is that the people they were taking advice from were from Alabama. The same people that have created the problem were responsible for the arrest in Lowndes County. So what I've learned from this is that, one, we have to talk to each other more. If you are in this audience today and you are dealing with wastewater problems, you should reach out to us. We all need to come together and address this. That's number one. Number two, we have to respect local ingenuity. The smartest people I know are the people that are in Lowndes County, that never left Lowndes County. But they can tell you everything about the soil, the water, what works and what doesn't, who you should trust and who you shouldn't trust. Nicole mentioned that when we started talking, I told her about our house-to-house survey. When we did our house-to-house survey, everybody was talking about what the solutions were, but nobody had asked anybody in the community. Nobody had gone. They couldn't even tell you how many people in Lowndes County had septic tanks and how many did not. But we were fortunate that we got a grant from EPA. And we got that grant, we decided we were going to do things differently. Instead of just putting in systems arbitrarily, we need to know where the failures were. What we did know is the failures were all over the county. And what we did know is that most of the systems in the county were over 20 years old. And when we got involved in this issue, they were actually arresting people in Lowndes County because they could not afford on-site septic. And we hope that doesn't happen again. But when we did this house-to-house survey, we learned a lot. Like, I didn't know, and I grew up in the county, I didn't know that if you had to go so many feet, in a lot of cases over 1,000 feet, if you were digging a well to get below salt water. So in the design for septic systems, nobody ever mentioned that there was salt water, which can impact how it works. The other thing that I found out when we did this house-to-house survey, especially when we went in some cases and did perk tests, is how high the water tables were. We went to some parts of Lowndes County Swamp. If you've ever been like to Selma and you've been on Highway 80 and you go from Montgomery to Selma, you're going to pass through Big Swamp. Along that area, people live in that area. The water, we went to one home there and did a perk test. We went down 6 inches in struck water. That impacts whether or not a septic system is going to work. We also didn't know about rain. People told us when it rains, they have problems. So we started to understand the impact that rain has on how they function. And as a result, what we did was we realized that the most important people in this equation were not the people at the Department of Public Health or the engineers who were telling us something else. It was the people that were in the community. So in your work, no matter, I think one of the things I have to tell my students when I work with them, because I remember one time when the students from Duke wanted to, they went to Lowndes County and we were doing a survey, a different type of survey, and they thought all they had to do is go and knock on people's doors and give them a Duke shirt and they were going to answer their questions. That does not work. First of all, people don't want to give their personal business to a stranger. And certain businesses, they're not going to tell you like how many people live in their house and what their incomes are. They're not going to tell you that because they don't trust that. And you have to make sure that the people that are going knocking on those doors are people that are from that community that they trust. And one of the things that we did was that we hired people that were in the community to do those surveys. We hired them, but most of them, one of the things you have to understand when you're in the community where they have fixed incomes, they can't make over a certain amount of money anyway. So they were happy just to get something. and also that their knowledge was respected. So one of the things I want to leave with you today is that we have to respect community and local ingenuity. Sometimes, you know, I've had my biggest fights have been with people at institutions and universities who feel like because they have been to those because they have those degrees that they know everything. The only thing that a degree tells us is how to do the research. It doesn't give us all the knowledge. You know, we have to spend that time to do the work. And oftentimes there are a lot of people, especially, you know, the professors who are used to getting these grants and they can write these flowery proposals and whatever, but they're not out there doing the real work. And I remember I was talking to a professor at Alabama State University who told me, he was telling me, first of all, how many degrees he had. And he was talking about how he knew about the Black Belt in Alabama and how many papers he had published and so forth and so on. And I asked him, have you ever been to the Black Belt? He said no. So there was nothing he could tell me after that point, because whatever he was writing, he was just writing flowery words. He wasn't really trying to find a real solution. So we have to respect local ingenuity. The second thing we have to, that is very important in our work is storytelling. Making sure that the local people get to tell their stories. When we were able, the reason we were able to get a lot of support, because when we filed our first complaint, we filed it during the Obama administration, but Trump became president and we just let it sit for 4 years. And then Biden became president. And then, of course, the DOJ investigated our complaint. But what was important is in the meantime, we went to a global stage, the UN. And what we didn't do, we felt that the way for the UN to understand what we were experiencing was to take them to the communities and let them see it firsthand. The same thing happened when I came here and we went to Centerville. And when they went there, they were shocked at what they saw. I remember the UN Special Rapporteur said that what he saw in Lowndes County was something that he expected to see in third world nations. He thought he was in India. He didn't expect to see that here. And the irony of all of that was that when the US withdrew from the UN Human Rights Council the following year, they said that they called it a cesspool, which set the stage for the report when it was given the next day to start off talking about the cesspools in Lowndes County, Alabama, in Geneva. And here we are in Geneva, Switzerland, at the United Nations. But what helped us was that he got a chance to go and see firsthand people in their homes talking about what they were dealing with. He saw the pits of raw sewage on the ground in Fort Deposit, Alabama. When he went over to Trickham and other parts of Lowndes County, he saw it firsthand. And that touched him and all the people that were with him. And he was determined to push the government to do its job. So having local people tell their stories and people seeing it firsthand does more than any paper that we could ever write. And when we wrote papers, we made sure that those people were also included as authors on those papers, because we were not able to get that information without them. Even the work that I did, the work that I've done, like doing the parasite study, it was listening to local people who were saying to us, you know, something is wrong with my stomach. You know, I don't know what that is. You know, we're having these kind of issues. That was, and even when I had my own experience, when I was bitten by mosquitoes that was nesting on a pool of raw sewage. I mean, it was a pool of raw sewage just outside of this mobile home. And I could see the toilet paper and the feces floating on top of it, and the mosquitoes were nesting on it, and they bit me. And my body broke out in a rash. And when my body broke out in that rash, I went to the doctor and I said, I want you to test me to make sure I don't have anything. My blood test came negative. So I said to her, this is what common sense came in. I said, is it possible that U.S. doctors are not testing for this? Because they don't acknowledge that this is a problem in the United States. And she said yes. And it was shortly after that I read an op-ed that was in the New York Times that was written by Dr. Peter Hotez. And he talked about tropical diseases being here in this country. And this is one time the internet was very helpful to me because I Googled him and found his email address. And I wrote him and told him about my experience. And it just so happened he was going to be in Atlanta that next week, and I met him in Atlanta. And he said, Catherine, we're going to look for hookworm. He said, I'm sending my parasitologist to Lowndes County. He said, we need to collect fecal samples. But I also happened to work with another smart person. His name was Brian Stevenson. Some of you may have heard of his name. So Brian, I was working for EJI at the time, and Brian said, you know, we got to make sure that of the, what did he call it? The chain of custody of the evidence, because they're going to dispute it if it doesn't come out the way they want it to be. So Brian hired a nurse, and we collected blood samples as fecal samples. We also collected soil samples, and we collected water samples. And when they did the test, what they found hookworm, they found and they used PCR technology. They found hookworm, they found strongyloides, they found a lot of diseases that are associated, tropical parasites that are associated with raw sewage in Alabama. We knew it was explosive because it not only just talked about what was happening in Lowndes County, but it also talked about climate change. Because what it proved was that a lot of these diseases they didn't think exist, they either wiped it out or it was too cold. We proved that that wasn't the case. It also proved that these issues are issues that don't exist somewhere in a remote area. Lowndes County is just outside of Montgomery, which is the capital of Alabama. It should not have existed there. It also showed that they probably didn't wipe out hookworm when the Rockefeller Sanitary Commission was giving rise to public health in the South, that it wasn't wiped out. What we also found out, we did a little research and we went to look at what did they do in Alabama to figure out who had hookworm and who didn't. So we went and looked at, there was a medical association, there was a Black medical association at that time because everybody was segregated. They actually hired the head of that medical association who was at Tuskegee University, it was Tuskegee Institute at the time. And the way he checked out whether or not this was in the Black community, he sent a survey to Black doctors. Now, those of us that are from the country know that there were no Black doctors in the country. Therefore, places where people were more likely to be exposed to hookworm never got surveyed in the first place. And then the doctors that did write back said that the people that they had tested where they found it had come from rural areas. But there was no real effort in a lot of rural communities throughout the United States, especially where people of color live or poor people live, to put in place infrastructure. It was left to their own devices. So it's very partnering with the community and letting the community voice be heard is very important. And then partnering with people like we did with Dr. Hotez. There are people in this room that we've partnered with in the past that have been very helpful in terms of helping us to tell these stories and to get it out there. So if I leave you with nothing else today, respect community ingenuity, find a way to hire the people that live in these communities or provide funding for communities, organizations that are in these communities to hire people that can be the voices and the trusted messengers in the communities where they're working. Also, look to the global stage. The UN, when the US government is not doing its job, the UN could be a very good place to help with that. Also, look for collaborators. And we have to find a way to call out folk that are not doing their jobs, whether it's writing editorials, whether it's, in our case, writing books. And the next book that we're going to write is about rural America, because people don't really understand the rural experience unless you lived it. James and I was just in Auburn, Alabama. We spoke to a group of senior citizens at a center there, and more than half had grown up in rural America. So when I talked about a slop jar and a foot tub, they knew what I was talking about. We have to find a way to bridge the generation gap and transfer this information to young people. I remember one time, Reverend Dr. Joseph Lowry said, if you don't know your history, you won't recognize the signs when you're being taken back. And we have to figure out a way, because I think what we've done a lot of, and I mentioned it in this timepiece where I was interviewed, we don't take our children. For some reason, we won't tell them the story of our struggles. So therefore, some rapper can come along and tell them something different, and they don't know to push back against it. We have to find a way. I was going through some of my books recently, and I saw my African American history books, and I was saying, you know, from when I was teaching, I said, I need to keep these books because they're not going to be in the library in a few years. But that knowledge we got in our heads, we're not going to be around here forever. So we need to share this knowledge, and where we can, write it down so we can pass it on to our children and grandchildren, because they need to know. They not only need to know our struggles, but they need to know that we survived too. Because a lot of people going around now, they just don't know what to think anymore. People are scared. You know, I have cousins that have actually left the United States. I have one that just moved to Portugal from Berkeley, California. So, because people are afraid. But they also have to understand that we've lived through this before and we survived. We're going to have to survive again. You know, I can't say environmental justice because there are people out there scanning the internet, see which words are being used so they can be vindictive. So instead of saying environmental justice, we say environmental stewardship. It's just like, you know, remember they, you know, doing, well, our ancestors at one point, they used drums to communicate when they couldn't talk to each other. We have to learn how to use drums too. You know, it's like back when we grew up, when our parents used to take everything and turn it into something. We didn't throw away food. You didn't have a chance to say, I don't eat this, because it was going to be repositioned the next day. It was going to be the next meal, but it'll look like something different. We have to learn to do that again. And as we work on these problems and try to solve them, we have to start talking to each other more, respecting each other more, respect the communities that are suffering from these problems, and bring them to the table and make them equal partners in finding and pursuing solutions. Thank you. So I'm going to stop here because when I taught, I thought that I was told that the lowest form of teaching was lecture. So I want to have an interaction, a dialogue, so we can talk to each other. And if you're interested in our work, you can go to our website. We also have a social media presence, And if you're from a rural community and want to contribute to this next book that we're writing, please reach out to me. Thank you.
So the floor is open for questions. If you're
That's my cousin.
if you're able, you can make your way down to the microphone with questions. We also have a mic we can pass to you. So you all can line up here.
Stand on my tiptoes to reach the mic. My name's Olivia, and I have been a big fan of your work. I read your first book when it came out, just read your new book. I actually read your essays with my 9-year-old son, and he really enjoyed them. He asked a lot of questions. But I have a question. I work in environmental policy, and I am wondering if you can answer. You talked a lot about the sanitation crisis and what the problems were. And I was wondering if you had any opinion about, like, if we could change one policy or one funding mechanism, do you think would be what would make the biggest impact in resolving the sanitation crisis?
Well, in rural communities, I think one policy that we could change is that if realtors have to provide a report on whether or not these sanitation systems are working before they could sell a house, that would change a lot of it. Because I noticed when I was looking for a house, when I moved to North Alabama, I was wondering why certain houses were cheaper than others, although the houses were nicer. It's because they were on a septic tank. But if they had to report, if they had to give you, if they inspected those septic systems and had to give you the age of them and all of that prior to you agreeing to buy a house, that would change a lot of things.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nina, and I run a nonprofit called the Center for Neighborhood Technology. We've been around for about 50 years. We're located in Chicago, but we work all over. One of the things that we do is we equip community-based organizations and communities with the information that they need to solve the problems that they have, kind of thinking about it from a community lens and translating that to practitioners, people who actually change laws. And in this moment, I've been thinking, one, there's a 50-year-old organization and it's existed, as my mom would say, before I was even thought of. And so, like, coming into this dynamic of, like, there's this organization, it's very old, it has a history, but what does that look like with a Black millennial woman kind of running it? And I'm just wondering, for you, as you're thinking about multi-generational leaders, like, how can people who are learning still, but now at the top of what I guess the quote unquote food chain, like, what are some of the lessons you would pour into us as far as, like, how we should prepare ourselves for this moment and how to make sure that we're helping and equipping community-based organizations with the resources they need to solve the problems that they know that they have?
Wow, that's a good question. Well, first of all, I think that one way, if I had to impart some knowledge, is spend the type of time that you have to spend in the community to learn about the problem. And then also making sure that part of the organization, your advisory board, whatever, consists of people from that community. For me, it was a long process. I got started, I was a teacher, so having to switch gears, I had to actually spend time in the community. I started doing this work in 2002. So I didn't get any kind of traction. You just have to be patient sometimes. And sometimes we don't have a lot of patience, but it doesn't happen overnight. But I didn't get any traction until we did the parasite study, which came out in 2017, and we invite the UN Special Rapporteur there. When we first started doing this work, we couldn't even get the media to cover us. We were told that the media was not interested in what we were doing, not from the media. This is from the engineers, who are now the first ones on the front line getting the money that we helped to generate, from doing the work. So they told us nobody would be interested in this because sewage was not sexy, and we were not near a major media market. But we've had people to come from Italy, people to come from Germany. There was just a German magazine that just did a feature on the work that we're doing in Lowndes County. So make sure that you do not listen to the naysayers. Continue to do the work and know that it may not happen overnight. That's one of the things that I had to learn, because when I was young, I was impatient. But I had to learn to do that, and also have some trusted elders that you can go to and talk to. Because I was lucky. I had one of the persons that I actually had a whole cadre of people, because growing up in Lowndes County, I knew a lot of that had been in SNCC. And I didn't realize these people who, now I look back at them, they were, the Paul Reveres of their generation. People like John Jackson, who was a longtime mayor of Whitehall. His family actually provided the house where SNCC stayed, the SNCC Freedom House. And Lowndes County, I don't know whether you know the history of Lowndes County, but it is the home of the original Black Panther Party, which was organized for the purpose of getting people the right to vote. So a lot of those people I had access to, and I listened to them, and I was having conversations with adults really when I was 10 years of age. And from that point on, I looked at all these folk that I've had the privilege of knowing, being able to, they impart that knowledge. So try to surround yourself with that trusted cadre of people who would tell you the truth and also tell you some of the things that you probably could do to be more effective.
Hi, my name's Ariana. I live in Cahokia, and I've been there about a decade. I didn't know what was going on there for a little while. And I wanted to ask you, because the one thing is that the people in my town, they respect me because they watched me move through North St. Louis for 5 years. And so they knew who I was and how I was, and I could be trusted. Getting people who look like me to trust me is difficult, because somehow I must be making money or something, which anybody that knows me knows I don't have. How do you cross that bridge? Because I'm a bridge kind of, but I'd like to be a better one. And if I could, one thing, I've always been told, bring a resource. Talk to your local libraries if you need a space to meet. It is the law in the United States that a public library must have a community room that they will let you meet in for free, as long as you're not making money or asking for donations. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, wow, it's a good question. I know in the book that I'm in, both of my books, I talk about bridging the gap. And when I first started doing this work, the person that was working with me was Jeff Sessions. See, so, one of the things that I've learned, when God moves, there's nothing that can happen but what's supposed to happen. But he was the person, because I was getting death threats.
Yeah.
And he was sending people down from his office to go to meetings with me. And when we met because he was talking about rural communities, and he was in a town hall meeting, and he said that he was talking about all the money that they had to go to rural communities. But I said, but what about the poor communities that don't have the match to get the money in the first place? And he came to me afterwards and he said, I've always been concerned about that. He started telling me how he was from Wilcox County, Alabama, how he was 10 years old when they got their first television. That's kind of how we develop a relationship. And even more recently, I tell the story in the new book about Tommy Tuberville. And so Cory Booker's office called me and asked me to go and testify before a Senate subcommittee that was trying to get more money in the farm bill to deal with wastewater. And when they invited me to come, I didn't know at the time that the ranking member was still, and they told me to be concerned about that. But what I decided to do when Tuberville came in the room, I went and introduced myself to him. One of the things I knew He had to be able to go and talk to Black women to convince them to send their young men in his care to Auburn to play football. So he knew how to talk to me. And when I went to him, I introduced myself to him and I said, is it fair that when a septic system goes in, the liability transfers to the homeowner? He said, no, it's not fair. Out of that, Senator Booker and Senator Tuberville actually worked together on increasing the amount of money to go to rural communities for wastewater. And the Democrats, I got a call saying, could you contact some of the Democrats, the people you know, to contact the Democrats because they think it's a trick. They don't want to vote for it. That's when sometimes we cut off our noses to spite our faces. So what I'm saying is sometimes it's hard to try to reach out, but continue to reach out. And we just went to East Palestine in Ohio. That community is about 97% white. But when we went there, and there was a dinner that night, we went around the homes and talked to people, and they talked about the train derailment and how it's contaminated and how they're still dying and they're sick. And there was a dinner that night and 280 people came out. The only Black people in the room was James, Brandon, one other person, and myself. And people were coming to us, thanking us for showing up. Sometimes we have to show up to dispel the myths that they have told them that no, this don't involve you. The only people getting snapped are Black people. Now we see who's crying. But it was the same thing when it comes to environmental justice. Some people think that the that are impacted are people of color and it doesn't involve them. That's why we went to East Palestine. So continue to do the work that you're doing. If we could be helpful, please reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. Peace of things. I come bearing What Up Doe from Detroit. My name is Narelle. I have the privilege of serving as the legal and public policy manager at We the People of Detroit. For everybody in the room, just a quick back. Our president and CEO is Monica Lewis Patrick. She's known internationally as the Water Warrior. She bears the work from the Honorable Reverend Dr. Joanne Watson, who is the legislative architect of water affordability. She and Mahaffey are the reason we even call it water affordability. They did a study in 2005, which raised Roger Colton to the national stage. So they made him an international water expert. I have 2 questions. One that I've been asking my elders. I have been honored to be in your presence is how do I get my peers to this work? Because I know that a lot of my elders come from histories kind of like yours, where they were raised in different revolutionary, different movement building communities and backgrounds. And we know that particularly in the Black community, that a lot of that was destroyed, community was destroyed on purpose. So how do I get, what are some good lessons for getting my generation and my contemporaries, my peers, back into this work? And then also, how do we build across, what I'm finding is the geographical landscape, and not just rural and urban, but across the country. Because in Black communities and poor communities, the situation is the same. And I know that with foundations and grants and intermediaries, they break us up, right? So the Midwest is funded this way, the South is funded this way, the Southwest is funded this way, and none of us are able to talk. And I'm seeing that there is a lot of connectivity, a lot of parallel issues, and the financial resources don't connect, but we have to work in spite of that. So how do we do those 2 things to build, if you will, a national collective and a national community?
Okay, good questions. Well, first of all, very aware we the people of Detroit. Actually, when I was teaching, last time I taught, I was in Detroit. I taught at Renaissance. But but anyway, I know the people there, and they have been very, very active. I mean, when I was testifying before Congress, the people that were testifying with me were from Detroit and Flint. So I know that Detroit is still having problems. We're actually doing some work in Detroit. I think because we're not talking to each other, people don't know, but we're actually doing work in Detroit in the Jefferson Charm, where they've had a lot of problems with flooding. And we also know that in Detroit, a lot of people are having problems now with flooding in their basements, with sewage coming back into their basements. So I think that the question should be, how do we reach out a little bit better to know each other? Now, Detroit had an international conference there several years prior to the pandemic that I had the opportunity to go to, and people came from everywhere. I think that maybe afterwards you and I can talk, and I can tell you who I know there, and you probably already know them, but they're doing great work around raising the water issues in Detroit and I came to them through the New Poor People's Campaign with Reverend William Barber. So yeah, I'll follow up with you on that. And then the other thing in terms of bringing young people into it, I think we have to be intentional about having internships and opportunities for them to have those experiences. And going and talking to, I rarely turn down invitations to speak schools, and try to speak at colleges and places and offer opportunity. And our organization does offer internships for young people, so that they learn about this work. And some of them have come back to us and said that it kind of their career paths as a result. But I would really like to talk with you about Detroit. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Mila Marshall. I'm from Chicago. I am in the media space. I wear a couple of hats. I had a radio show on WVON called Climate and Culture. I actually invited you. We weren't able to get you on before Jexy Jackson Jr. took over my spot. But also I'm an editor at Chicago News Weekly. So this is in the context of media. So in your view, what are the reasons Black media has not prioritized stories about sanitation and environmental inequity, and what might it take for that to change?
That's a good question. I think it's shame. I think that sometimes we don't want to talk about the things that we try to run away from. And I don't think that there's anyone that doesn't have rural relatives. And most Black people in this country, whether they're in Chicago or whatever, they came from Mississippi and Alabama and places like that. And they know they went to their grandparents' house and they saw that slop jar and that outhouse, but they want to pretend like it didn't happen. And I think that that's part of the problem, while we're unable to get a lot of people in. Although lately people will call me and say, when they're talking to me, they'll share their experiences with me and what they saw. Actually, a lot of people that have reached out, especially when they read Waste, they would call me and say, you know, that was my grandmother's house, or that's how I grew up. I didn't know it was still like that. So, but why, I don't know. I've talked to the NABJ. I've talked to a lot of different groups, but I think that the real reason is shame, that we feel like it's a personal failing, and it's not a personal failing. It's an infrastructure problem.
Thank you. And I will be reaching out because I'm trying to write some op-eds.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for being here. My name is Teresa Gilner. I'm an anthropologist at WashU, and my research focuses on parasite infection, actually, and how environmental factors shape that. So I really appreciate you bringing that up in your talk. My question is, I've done work internationally, and it's really very different. I've done work in Ecuador, and people are just generally aware of parasite infection, and getting diagnosed and treated is very straightforward, and you can get over-the-counter medications for $1 or $2. In the US, it's very different. I mean, obviously the long-term solution is structural change. So it's not in the environment, people are not being exposed and getting sick. But I've really been grappling with doing this work in the US and helping people get treatment if they're impacted and exposed to these parasites. So I was wondering if you could share any insights into how you've, opening dialogue with healthcare providers, just to, like you mentioned, just even getting diagnosed is a barrier, let alone affording treatment, which could be hundreds of dollars in the US. So if you have any insight into how to start those communications and those conversations and to raise awareness so folks can get diagnosed and treated in a timely fashion.
Well, the healthcare community has been reaching out to us. We're actually, next week, we're going to be addressing the American Association of Medical Colleges and Universities in San Antonio, their national conference. There was the largest medical in Texas reached out to us. We spoke to their surgeons because they were their surgery residents because they wanted to figure out how they can bring that into how they should be looking at the environment when they're making diagnoses and trying to make sure that they're treating their patients properly. So I think that they're starting to they're really starting to look at how, and we just have to keep figuring out ways in which they can do this in a way which they can still do the work that they do and not lose their funding, especially those schools that are receiving federal funds. Thank you. Thank you.
This will be our last question. Brittany.
Hi,
Hi.
thank you so much for being here.
Can
My
you
name
hear
is,
me?
oh,
Turn
okay. Can you hear me? All right. My name is Brittany. I'm from Barrio Chamizal, based along the US-Mexico border, part of La Mujer Obrera. So one of the projects that we have right now is going door to door and documenting the historical neglect of our neighborhood in terms of housing, environment, education, and quality of life. So that's obviously like you were mentioning, right, a challenge of its own, getting our community to share very sensitive information, even to us, right, as neighbors. But my question is, what advice or what best practices do you have in once that information is collected, how do you present it in a way to create the change and the solutions that we want?
That's a very good question. One of the things that we had to be careful about, we had some students reached out to us. I think they were in the McAllen, Texas area, and they did a house-to-house survey, and they did a parasite study, and they found out that some of the people there had strongyloides. A lot of them had strongyloides. So they reached out to me because they wanted to know, do we turn this into the health department? And I said no, because they had to weigh, if they turned it into the health department, they were not going to keep the trust of the community because you know what the health department is going to do. So what we have done, what we did with our study, did our house-to-house survey, and EPA at that time agreed with us. We did not put any identifying information on. We didn't do that with the parasite study. They've been trying to go around and find out who those people are. So yeah, I just think that you have to find ways in which to protect their identity so they can feel safe to give you the information. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And thank you, everyone. We are going to do one more break before the next panel. So feel free to get water, use the restroom, and we will reconvene here at 3:30. Thank you.
Nuts.com is a snacking utopia. We have supplier relationships from all over the world.
Bring the heat. Allah.
Okay, even though other people, everybody's. Oh, you're good.
Okay, everyone, we are, if you could make your way back into the theater, we are about to start with our final panel, Making Money Moves. So please make your way back into the theater, back to your seats for our fifth panel, Making Money Moves.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much, everyone. My name is Dr. Nicole Salisbury, and I will be serving as the moderator for the panel entitled Making Money Moves, Funding the Movement. How has everybody enjoyed the conference? Great. It's been wonderful. A lot of perspectives, a lot of engagement, and we hope that it will continue long after we leave here. I'd like to just state that this is a high energy session that brings together grassroots leaders and funders from the nonprofit professionals to talk dollars and cents. The panelists will share their real world experiences navigating the funding landscape, from securing grants and building donor relationships to leveraging community capital for sustainable growth. We'll dive into what it really takes to fund justice-driven and how to stay mission aligned while raising money and creating strategies for
momentum in lean times. And whether you're a seasoned fundraiser or just starting out, this panel will give you the practical tools to build inspiration to make your next money move count. So without further ado, I would like to have the panelists introduce themselves and tell us who you are, the organization that you represent, and in one sentence, tell us what you wish the people to understand about your realities of doing funding for justice work. We'll start with you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gina Ramirez. My pronouns are she, her. I work at Natural Resources Defense Council as the Midwest Environmental Director, but I also kind of wear two hats. So I live in a frontline community, southeast side of Chicago, one of the most polluted communities within the city and state. And so I work with the Southeast Environmental Task Force. So I fundraise for NRDC, and I also fundraise for community groups within Chicago. And so one sentence about the realities of funding justice work is that the people closest to the problems already hold the solutions and that they need consistent, flexible funding.
So good afternoon. My name is Bethany Johnson Javois. I go by Pastor Bethany if you see me anywhere at PBJ. My pronouns are she, her, and my other full-time job, in addition to caregiving, in addition to pastoring, is also leading Deaconess Foundation. It is a ministry of the United Church of Christ that, through the sale of Deaconess Hospital, also has a philanthropic arm. It focuses on funding in lots of different areas, but we really focus on Black liberation and Black futures and intersectional futures for those who are always pushed to the margin. I got a lot of sentences, so we'll get into them later, but that's what I want you to know for now. Thanks.
I'm Jen Walling. I'm the CEO of the Illinois Environmental Council. We're a coalition organization of over 100 different environmental organizations in Illinois, some of them that are international, national, and some that are community-based or single issue-based. And with the funding landscape, we have a whole spectrum in our strategic plan related to re-grants or fiscal sponsorships. And the one sentence I would say there is the very unsexy thinking about partnerships and collaborations, especially related to admin and operations for running the work that you're doing.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rachel D'Souza. I use she, her pronouns. I wear a lot of different hats. So I'm going to put three of today. I am the founder and principal of Gladiator Consulting, which is a business I founded 10 years ago in support of progressive and anti-racist nonprofit organizations. I also currently serve as the board chair for the Association of Fundraising Professionals here in St. Louis. Our chapter is one of the top 20 largest chapters on the planet. And I also serve on the inaugural Global Council for the Community-Centric Fundraising Movement. When I think about one thing that I wish I think people understood about funding justice work is that justice doesn't fit in like a grant calendar timeline, and that it requires multi-year, multi-decade partnership between individuals and organizations to move the needle.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking around. My name is Larissa Kohler. I'm a supervising attorney with Lawyers for Good Government. Unlike some of my colleagues, I'm really in the business of fund protection. So one of the major programs that I work for at L4GG is our fund protection clinic. This was founded pretty soon after Donald Trump was inaugurated for his second term. And we're working across agencies to make sure that communities and municipalities really have the tools that they need in order to fight back against these unlawful terminations, freezes, et cetera, that are happening at the federal government level. If I had to say one thing about the reality of funding at this point is that one can't assume that if state and local governments get grants from, say, the federal government, that they're really going to understand what communities need. So just making sure that there's a holistic set of solutions in place and a variety of different funding solutions available to help these communities is going to be really paramount.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. First question, general question to everyone. Can you describe the current funding landscape right now for environmental justice and justice-driven work in the United States? And where are you seeing those resources contract, shift, or even open up for you in your organizations?
Um, it's tough. I would say there's more scarcity, perceived or real, in the space now than in the 20 years that I've been fundraising. If you're an organization that has already been in transformational relationship with an institutional funder, I think you have a little bit more stability. But institutional funders are scared of what might be coming after them, even individual funders. If they use language that is not approved by the current administration, if they seem to show preference towards one group, even if the law might require that. And so I've actually started to see a lot of our clients begin to work more collaboratively, approaching funders with a more comprehensive plan, getting all of their funders in one room and telling the truth about what's going on with the organization. And I wish those things would maybe make the coffers flow a little bit more. But I think because in a lot of institutions, you ultimately have a board of trustees making the decisions, the money is not moving as fast as the community needs to be feeling that impact.
Mm-hmm.
I want to throw out some statistics just to give us a sense of what's happening. So although communities of color are experiencing 38 to 76% of the pollutions, plural, less than 5% of BIPOC-led environmental justice are actually receiving those funds that are flowing, and grassroots is even less than that at 1 to 2%. A lot of funders, philanthropists, foundations made commitments during George Floyd era that never did materialize. So even though statistics may be a bit inflated, the good news that I can share is that although you don't see it on websites because people are scrubbing websites, yes, some of it is retrenchment, but frankly, some of it is also protection. A lot of funders do not want those that they fund and they're proud of to get caught in the crossfire because they're named. So it can be very confusing if you're not in the field to know what in the world are people doing. I will say that, as Rachel mentioned, funders are also trying to find their way to each other. Who are the ones that are really strengthened, have the ability to take on more of the risk because of what we know is coming? There are phone calls that the federal government really is calling different entities, including funders, to say, if you do this, if you say that, this will not be your funding flow anymore. There are some allies inside the government that are winking and not saying directly what they can't say, but also trying to help and support people to retain those funds. So there are people that you don't see that are trying to figure it out. I know it might be surprising, not really, that funders, we ask for a lot of collaboration and we see that happening, but funders are not as good at that. And so this is an environment now where we too are having to find our way to each other. State by state, bit by bit is no longer what needs to happen. And there are conversations and collaborations across multi-states that are beginning to materialize faster because we understand that we're actually behind the time and behind the need.
Okay.
Yeah, and I can just overall, I think right now, I don't mean to be depressing with some of this, but it's bleak out there for the funding landscape. I think things have changed significantly. Well, maybe it wasn't significant in the first place, but things have changed. And I think there are large funders who are getting out of the space. I think there's the federal government that was funding things that contracts were canceled, grants were canceled. And so now foundations are needing to step up for those organizations that are in true crisis because that money isn't coming. And so I really urge foundations and funders and large donors out there to step up and now empty their coffers more. They can give more than they are in terms of their endowment, and now is the time before our democracy entirely erodes. And so, how do they step up and provide that support at that time? How do we make the case for that, just in general for any environment or justice work? But I am, whether it's a language item or a priority item, I am seeing a step away from both racial equity and environmental justice work. And it's happening, and I know we're putting pressure on to keep that up. And I hope, be really united in that, but it is bleak.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
Do you want to add?
I'll be
Okay.
brief. Yeah. Just to put just a tiny bit more color on that. So as Jen said, the federal funding landscape is nightmarish at this point in time. Sorry to be blunt, but the Biden administration did put historic amounts of funding, arguably not enough, into low income and disadvantaged communities. The Trump administration went that all the way. They've taken billions, I think, in the order of $300 billion of clean energy and climate away just this year alone. And that includes $30 billion of EPA funding specifically for disadvantaged communities that has just disappeared. And I understand that it's scary for funders to look at this and want to help out. But I think it's going to be imperative for funders to provide that bridge funding. A lot of these projects are shovel ready. So all of these communities need is just that amount of money to allow them to keep going. And in the mid to long term, we are going to have to rely on partnerships. So looking at NGOs, philanthropy, state and local governments to come together and really start to help those projects and those communities be viable in the longer term.
Okay. We talked about the elevate this to an international level in the last two sessions. And they were talking about the UN. And I was wondering if your organizations have in the past secured funding from UN associated organizations, for example, the UNEP, the UN Environmental Program, or the UN Developmental Program. And if not, is that in the cards? Is that a possibility going forward in the future, given our time? No? Okay. 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 Jen, this question is for you. Many groups begin this work long before the grant dollars arrive out of sheer necessity. And IEC is one example of an organization that grew out the early grant funding. Talk to us a bit about the strategies that IEC used to build and sustain that organization. It's one of the most well-respected in the state.
Sure. So the Illinois Environmental Council has been around since 1975. We're a 50-year-old organization, but leadership matters, and we've gone in and out. I started in 2011. The organization was me and one person in a basement in Springfield, and no grant funding whatsoever. We had an executive director who didn't meet grant reports and didn't apply for some of the right things for a short period. And so we were coming out of what was almost our doors closing. I think the first year there were often months that we didn't have our full payroll in the door when we started. And so, I started in 2011. I think our first year budget when I started ended up, maybe we raised $100K for 2 people in office and rent. And now we're a 25-person organization. And so we've done work to raise money. And I understand we're starting from a point where we had a brand name, people who knew we had that niche. And so that's a little bit of where we started in terms of raising money. And there's a lot of it that was individual money. And I think a couple of places I wanted to point out in getting there, one is that most foundations, you know, this is a lot of organizations, especially groups doing mutual aid or environmental justice work. You're doing the work, you're not getting the money. And that's how a lot of foundations work. They kind of expect to see you doing the thing and having results before they put their name and their funding to it. And I wish it wasn't that way, but that is very often the way that foundations work. Is they want to see you doing it. They want to see successful results. They want to see the success, and then they want to get on the train. I would urge funders to maybe apply successful formulas to organizations that are just starting, so that we can deal with that. But that was one of the things. We spent 2 years just asking individuals for money, asking groups for money, until we got to the point where we had a few foundations that were interested in what we are doing and our niche, which is lobbying, environmental advocacy. So that's one piece that I would say to you. And then I think the other thing of our story, and I brought up a little bit on collaboration, we have a whole funding spectrum that goes from re-grants to introducing to people to funders to fiscal sponsorship. Admin and operations are costly, especially when you are maybe a 1 or 2 person organization. So getting together with groups that already have admin and operations that you can latch onto and take a small part of, or connecting with different groups that are community groups, that part can be significant, and you have to have legal compliance. You have to file all of the paperwork. You have to have somebody who knows how to file all the paperwork, or you're going to be in a world of hurt in terms of keeping the money and that sort of stuff once you get it in the door. So that's another piece that is really, really important for any groups that are just starting out.
Okay. Thank you. Gina, accessing and managing grants often requires specialized knowledge. What supports or capacity building resources are out there to help smaller groups navigate that learning curve?
Yeah, so accessing grants should be transformational, not transactional. And it's really hard to find a funder who's in it for the long run. And, you know, a lot of environmental justice organizations are often pouring from an empty cup. And to Jen's point, I've been doing this work for 10 years and for free as a side job to my job at NRDC, because I started out as an assistant. And it wasn't until we filed a successful civil rights complaint that the money train came rolling in. So the Southeast Environmental Task Force was a group of volunteers in 2020, and now in 2025, it's a $1 million organization with 12 staff. And so, but now they're in this position at the state of the world where they're going to have a deficit. And so it's a roller coaster. And a lot of the relationships, though, that the frontline groups in Chicago have built, these transformational relationships, is with, you know, just getting out there and sharing their stories and utilizing Big Green's platforms. And so an example of that through NRDC is Leonardo DiCaprio is on our board, and he posted an Instagram post, "Show us your receipts." And he followed 5 environmental justice groups in Chicago. And so immediately a slew of followers started following these groups, and it put eyes on their issues and campaigns. And so it's not always kind of money. There's other ways that you can like utilize resources through your peer groups or Big Greens and NGOs and nonprofits through the lobbying capabilities that Jen brings. I mean, I've worked with Earth Justice for lobbying support and legal support, and I work at NRDC. And so it's really just relationship building. And it's so unfortunate that like there isn't often a seat at the table for these frontline groups. And so I not only encourage you to force your way into those tables, but to meet folks at these organizations because they're there. Because anytime I get invited somewhere, I'm bringing someone along. I brought Vanessa Bly today from the south side of. If I get invited to a meeting, I won't go unless a frontline person. And so I also encourage my peers to do that.
Great. And Leonardo DiCaprio, who is, of course, a huge celebrity, and celebrities, they do use their influence very, very well, especially a lot of them in the green space. So, it's really interesting, and it's an excellent, I think, strategy to use them, especially if their goals align with the organization's goals, to, propel the green or the environmental movement in the right direction. So I think there is a huge space for celebrities. So thank you for mentioning that. The next question is for Larissa. How have the partnerships between funders, nonprofits, legal advocates, and communicators proven successful in building power across the movement?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Nicole. So at Lawyers for Good Government, our whole model is thriving on partnerships. So when we were founded in 2016, we actually were started with a viral Facebook post from our founder, Tracy Fight Love, who, when Donald Trump was elected for the first time, put a call out to attorneys across the country to try and help stem what she knew would be an assault rule of law. The call got answered in a much more broad fashion than she was even anticipating. And as a result, now we have a network of over 250,000 pro bono attorneys across the country that are providing legal assistance to communities, to municipalities. And this is not just on the environmental justice front. This is also on immigration, reproductive freedom, trans rights, across the gamut. So having these sorts of legal advocates that provide these services is incredibly important, but we also need communication support. So through our Fund Protection Clinic, we partner closely with the Environmental Protection Network, who provides technical assistance, who provides communication support, both so grantees understand what they need to do in order to make sure they're in compliance with their federal grants. They know how to tell their stories and how to get connected to media. All of these things really work together to make sure that grantees are getting the support they need to move forward with their grants and to help protect their grants to the extent that they can. And then I will just say, if I maybe just a couple gaps that I'm seeing that may still need to be filled. One is continue to expand funding, especially unrestricted funding. I think Jen alluded to the fact that a lot of organizations may just be starting out or may not have the know-how to really be faced with these complicated reporting requirements. And they know what they need to do. They know how to move forward with their projects. They just need the latitude in order to do that effectively. And then the other thing I'll say is that a lot of organizations will need help with cybersecurity. I think we're going to see an increasing number of digital attacks, particularly on smaller organizations. So helping them shore up their digital infrastructure, I think, is also going to be hugely helpful.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. This next question goes to Pastor Johnson Javois. For organizations who find themselves trying to break into private funding, what should they understand and about how the system really works? And what are the best ways for grassroots groups to start building authentic relationships with funders when they don't have the same networks or introductions?
Okay. I'm going to focus too on the minutes that I have. So I'm looking at the clock here. One, I want to offer some optimism that I heard from Black farmers. They said that the government never believed in us. So when they cut funding for others, we were never dependent on it in the first place. So it hasn't really affected the vision of what we need to do. And I put that in your mind to say that in some ways, the truth is, and you already know this, that the dollars that are philanthropic, think of them as episodic. Think of them as ways with which you want to scale something powerful. You want to try something unique. You want to test something out. But it is not meant or designed. It is the oppressor. It will keep you coming back for more and you will never be satisfied. You can think about it in that way. That's extremely helpful. So what I would offer to you is it is a dance, the two-step dance. Step one, this is starter fuel, right? Episodic, strategic, catalytic. Step two, though, is consider how what you do is your own revenue so that you can have the type of liberation and independence that you want. It may be a social enterprise, something that you are doing for free right now that you should be contracting for services to get paid. Think about co-ops as another option so that you don't zig and zag with philanthropy's priorities. The other thing I would say is to think about how philanthropy funds the moment, but the revenue streams fund the movement. And think really deeply about how you can continue to sustain the work, and people power is ingenuity. We heard that in the panel that we just came from. So the ways to really think about the genius of community and driving that, and then telling philanthropy why it needs to get on board with what is a winner. People like winners, right? And you want to be positioning yourself where you can deny funding that is not aligned with your values or vision, so that you can attract funding for what is. Lastly, narrative. Storytelling is extremely important, but I would say it is extremely harmful to continue to leverage people's pain to move white or white-centered work. So I for thinking very differently about a powerful asset-based frame when you're talking about narrative advocacy, right? We are not woe is me, we never have and we never will. We are talking about the opportunity to be able to do what is right and what is just and what is amazing, because our people deserve it, and here's why. So that's the type of way I want us to think and rethink the opportunity that this moment presents us. It is dire and bleak, but it's also because, frankly, now I'm looking at how you're going to raise that thing. It's cool though, right? It is bleak, but it's also a lot of people who are in denial that the stuff that is dying, it already died. Got you, right? And this is our opportunity to resurrect something new that we needed anyway. Okay. So I would offer, and I'm closing, to stop grieving over what wasn't working for us anyway, and start putting our time and attention to what community's been saying, and do it without the restrictions that inhibited us anyway.
Okay. Thank you. And Rachel, many small or grassroots organizations don't have access to professional fundraisers or large donor networks. What practical steps can smaller organizations take to be grant ready? What are the strategies? What strategies actually work to build sustainable organizations?
So the first thing I would say is that bigger isn't better, more money isn't better, scaling isn't always better. Be small and do the thing you do really well. Give yourself the time to be behind the desk. My firm happens to work with a few different Black farmers who have organizations in North City, and getting them off the farmland and behind the desk to check on their QuickBooks is one of the most difficult tasks I have as a partner. And it's also the thing that's going to get them money, right? It's the thing that's going to make institutions feel like they're a trustworthy organization. The other thing that I will say is that here in St. Louis, our public libraries have a foundation and grant center. So you can go to the library, you can use Candid for free. You can search through a variety of databases with a library card to do as many unlimited searches as you want using technology that a lot of folks would be paying thousands of dollars a month for. So join the St. Louis Public Library and you can access those databases from your home computer with your login. But the last thing really is aligned with what Bethany said. Our system of philanthropy here in the United States is not rooted in love, it's rooted in capitalism. It wasn't created for any of you to be successful to fix the problems you seek. It was created to protect white people's money. That's just true. And if we know that the system wasn't created to serve us, right, to help us move from harm reduction to changing the system, then to the point of self-funding, we have to figure out how to let go this idea that policy or philanthropy is going to save us, because it hasn't for 125 years. We're still doing it, right? And figure out what are those things that we can do to self-fund our organizations. And I lied. I thought that was the last thing, but there's one more thing.
Go.
97.6% of individual donors give roughly $5,000 a year, and they give that money to a lot of different organizations. Okay. So you can bust your bottom to get a $25,000 grant from an institutional funder that you might not get the next year, right? Or you can have a picnic or a barbecue or a play date at the park and invite your neighbors and your community to pitch in $5 or $10 and then have them bring a friend the next time. And now you have a network of philanthropists who are committed to building because you're building with them, not for them or not next to them. And it is that level of mass organizing that we do with our cause that we can also do with our money.
Great, great. And along those lines, you talked about networking. Have any of your organizations had networking events with funders and small grassroots organizations? And how did that go? And is it feasible going forward in the future?
Oh, I can speak to some of the personal work that I do. So I'm part of the Chicago Environmental Justice Network, which is 5 Chicago EJ groups. And Dr. Antonio Lopez, look up the Chicago Frontline Funding Initiatives. He's really set a model for this kind of environmental justice table-led organization. And we every year meet with funders. He convenes a group and preps us, and we are building these relationships, and it's evolved into $4 million over the past 4 years for these organizations to have health benefits and to actually get paid for the work that they do. And this has allowed them to have, build these relationships, and now they're self-funding. And so that is a model that I really recommend. Funders, for some reason, really love these tables. And it's working for us. And so I encourage you to look up the Chicago Frontline Funding Initiative. We partner closely with the Midwest Environmental Justice Network as well.
Jen, you wanted to say something?
Yeah. We have a commitment to racial equity in our strategic plan. And one of the items is the spectrum that we make sure is available to community groups to what capacity we have. But I am always thinking about when I have a program officer, when I have their attention, like they're coming to a tour, even they're coming to my gala sitting at a table, and I am thinking about what environmental justice staffer or a community member is going to be sitting at that table with them. They may not know it. Neither group may know it, but I'm always thinking about how do we do that? We took with the Southeast Environmental Task Force, we took some programs officers on a tour of Big Marsh with some of the folks there. And so that's the thing that I'm always thinking about. And, introductions, they can take time and capacity, but, I think it's my obligation. It's something that I need to do when I can.
Mm-hmm.
And so I do encourage others to think about that. I love connecting, and I love networking people who are doing amazing work and lifting them up. And, the rising tide should lift all boats.
Okay.
Doesn't always.
Okay. So since IEC has been so successful in the state of Illinois, has IEC been like served as a mentor to other environmental councils in different states? For example, Indiana has a Hoosier Environmental Council, and I'm sure other states have something similar.
Yeah. We're part of the conservation voter movement. That's the League of Conservation Voters is our national partner, even though we're a separate and distinct entity. So we do work with other organizations and have these discussions. I think on this work, unfortunately, we're light years ahead on some of those commitments. But where I do see our important value as a mentor is in that role as a fiscal sponsorship or an operations piece. Like there's pieces where we open up our operations to, cybersecurity is a gap. We have a new cybersecurity policy. I'm going to go home and I'm going to offer it to any of the groups that have not gotten a grant to do cybersecurity so they can copy paste our work. And so, that's stuff we've done on other pieces, but it's a piece I definitely, from that, I need to do that. And that is a great reminder. How do we make that admin and operations work available to people so they can use the things without having to have a full-time staff member, because you don't need a full-time accountant when you're, two people, but you do need an accountant. So figuring out how to do that is really important.
Okay. In terms of along the lines of cybersecurity and funding, have the employees of your organizations taken part in, for example, cybersecurity training periodically to make sure that, everybody becomes a part of the human firewall, not just the IT department?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're a small organization. We have about 40 employees now. So we all are required to do training periodically to make sure that we understand how to recognize, a scam email or a phishing email, and make sure that our systems are up to date to battle against those types of things.
Okay.
And to even further that point, there's a lot of phishing, and we once had a phishing email that was who faked an email from me approving a consultant contract, sent it to our CFO with a real W-9 and a real ACH number. And the only reason that we really caught it, and it didn't have my email in it, the only reason we caught it is because my CFO reached out and said, "Where do you want me to code this contract that you approved?" And we caught it before it went out, but that's how specific these get. And that's why the cybersecurity training and learning about phishing and spam is so important for your financial success, because that would have been 50 grand that we sent out the door and maybe would have gotten back with our cybersecurity insurance, but probably not. And so that's how these things get at this point. And, definitely just in your personal life and your organization, making sure that you're thinking about that is really critical.
Thank you. In March 2023, Yale researchers released a report that found that between 2015 and 2019, 73% of environmental grant dollars went to large white-led national organizations, while BIPOC grassroots groups received less than 5% of total funding. That leaves justice-focused and BIPOC-led groups competing for a tiny slice of the pie. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about what it means and what it has to change. Have your organizations begun to have those, uncomfortable conversations about their own grant making since this report was released?
As a leader, more than 20 years in nonprofit myself and only 4 years in philanthropy, I stepped into the field remembering the pain of what it felt like on the other side of the begging and the contorting to try to get some drips and drabs. So I want to say that Deaconess is unique, but there are others that are like us in philanthropy who are non-traditional. It shouldn't be non-traditional given what philanthropy means. But I have colleagues who are here today. They're in the back of the room, Amanda Stormer and Jalen Cow, who are here that can share more about the ways we have changed the way that we think. For example, applications of information that we're not ever going to read because it doesn't make a difference. When we're only giving $20,000, we scrap that on my watch. Having conversations to really understand impact through storytelling and not doing the dog and pony show you don't have time to do because you're doing the work, we scrapped. Having a public meeting once a year where we feed you really well and we tell you accountably what we're thinking about with an opportunity to actually influence our strategy is what we do. The fact that I'm a Black woman, it does mean something because I have proximity to pain in a few ways in reality that permeates the organization. So I'm just saying that to say that at least in the footprint of Southern Illinois, within 3 counties that we do fund, we do think about general operating support. There are other ways with which we do try to gather people because one of the things that people are trying to do is keep us from each other. There are learning agendas that we think about when we have these conversations about when we're in rooms, what do people need to know? And the type of professional development, unless you're a cute name that everybody knows, you don't get. So there are other mechanisms that philanthropy does have at its disposal. It's convening power, it's funding power, it's relational power. Be besties with a program officer. figure it out, take them out, whatever you need to do, be besties with them, right? But whatever you do, and now, you know, the websites are not going to tell you anything anymore for the reasons I just said, but building relationships is essential. So you can look on our website, you can talk to my colleagues, you can come and see me, you can figure out others that you trust in the field, and you can also demand things of leaders like me, that what you don't see and you don't like and what needs to happen, you can absolutely change this field. It might be slow, it will make you furious, but you do have some institutional advocates like Deaconess who will help to bend that curve just a little bit quicker toward justice.
While the majority of the funding goes to conservation work, what needs to happen? What needs to happen to center environmental justice work as central and not just on the sidelines or on the periphery? Does it involve outward, I guess, more of an educational approach to the community so that you get the community involved? And so is that a big part of it?
Honestly, I think part of it is that this sector has done an incredible job of gatekeeping resources and power. And so if we were able to put members of the community we seek to serve on the board of trustees who are making decisions about where the money is moving and who are the impacted community, I think that by itself would go a really long way in shifting funding away from make us feel good, right, into things that require like deep, meaningful structural change.
Okay. You wanted to?
I'll just add on to that. Having previously worked for a large national white-led organization, I think those organizations have a certain amount of responsibility to uplift communities. So I think a lot of these organizations fall into a trap of figuring that they know what is best for the communities, which is absolutely not true, and B, always putting themselves first instead of the community. So the more that these organizations can be in the background and offer pass-through grants or even apply for grants in conjunction with those communities to really uplift their stories, I think that's going to be that's going to help center environmental justice much more than it is now.
Much of philanthropy happens in I guess, the shadows, so to speak. Where should the grassroots groups actually look to find points to funders? Are there any directories, collaboratives, public data sources that you would recommend that they start with?
So a lot of different communities have a community foundation or a philanthropy serving network or membership organization. So you can look at those resources to get a sense of who are some of the resourced folks in your community. I know some smaller organizations will choose to set up a fund at their local community foundation because it will give them visibility to donors that they may not otherwise be in connection with. But I've also started to see organizations, back in the day, you'd buy a email list or you'd buy a phone number list or something, and people are beginning to realize like that transactional, oh, we have a lot of information, didn't yield generosity that they were seeking. And so really, at least for the organizations I've had the opportunity to work with, they are doing fundraisers together. They are having crowdfunding days where nonprofits are cross-promoting each causes, because I think we're getting to a point of understanding that it doesn't matter if my organization is funded, because if these 7 other organizations are struggling, our community still doesn't have what they need. So I've seen that happening, but I've also seen nonprofits ask their closest funding partners to be the person that opens the door. And I know, like, I've sent clients to Bethany and said, how do we get these folks in at MFH, or how do we get these folks in at the United Way? Like, can we figure out something that gives them visibility?
Okay. Okay. Even when funding does come through, the reporting and compliance requirements can be quite overwhelming for a lot of small organizations. What should funders be doing to streamline that process or rethink accountability? What does it look like so it just doesn't drain the capacity?
I've had one funder not require a grant report at the end of the year, but just a video interview. It was just so much easier to have a conversation than to go through all these metrics and try to remember everything that you did for the past year. And it's also like relationship building, like they're becoming your friend. And so I really urge funders to just be more human. This isn't like a job interview. And so I really appreciated this organization, Conant Foundation, that does that.
Okay.
General operating.
Okay. Thank you. I think that we are out of time, but I want to thank each and every one of our panelists here on stage. And I want to thank all of you all for coming to the session. I hope you learned a lot and you'll be able to use the information going forward. I want to thank Equity Legal Services as well for hosting this. You all have done a fantastic job. And I'm looking forward to the next conference, whenever that is. Thank you.
Okay, folks, we are going to be, after a very short break, we're going to be back with our closing speaker. You all are in for a treat. We are all in for a treat, so be sure not to miss it. We'll be back here in just a few minutes.
So no, it's not just our.
Too close. Still a shit ball.
I'm not about to bug dance for the wealthy. I don't bootlick. Those poor people who work those 2 and 3 jobs, I thank the lady for Jackson for talking about me. Because I'm not going to be able to afford a house anytime soon as a millennial in this economy. She was talking about me. So no, it's not just our constituents back in our district that's telling you they need something. I'm telling you I need it now. I don't get to fly into session. I don't plug my car in. I have Walmart greeters in my family in their 60s and 70s. Y'all get to run for office. I have to borrow money to pay my taxes to sign that affidavit when we file for office so that I can run for office and not be lying on it. I have to borrow money for them fancy gold plates we have. So I don't know what a capital gains is about. I don't know that feeling. But I do know what it feels like when your stomach touch your back. That's what they talk about in my district in North.
Okay, everyone. I know we are coming to the end of the day, but by no means. So after this was the convening that Nicole and I wanted for ourselves, right? This energy and the community, the smiles, the connections, the information. And so when we thought about how do you close out after an enigmatic speaker like Catherine Flowers, how do you follow Catherine Flowers? And there was one person who we can think of, and that is Missouri's own Representative Prouty. Yes. Representative Rachel Prouty, who does my state proud, is a Democrat representing North St. Louis County, District 73, in the Missouri House of Representatives. She was elected to her first term as a state representative in November 2018. Certified classroom teacher and school counselor in Missouri, Illinois, and Louisiana, and has had extensive experience working in public schools in urban and rural areas in both public and charter schools. Prouty is known for expertise on pre-K-12 policy and procedures. She has earned a BS in elementary education and a doctoral candidate ED at Grambling State University and an MA in mental health counseling at Southern University and A&M College.
Proudy has also held membership in several social and professional organizations, including Delta Sigma Theta, 100 Black Women, Order of the Eastern Star, National Association for the Development Education, National Academic Advising Association, National Alliance of Black School Educators, and the Missouri National Education Association. Experience and community engagement drives Proudy's desire to be involved in leading and implementing sound policies. In addition to her work as a legislator, she is actively involved in several community, neighborhood, and township organizations. She is honored to deliver meals to seniors, organize coat and glove drives, attend local high school sporting events to cheer on the home team, and mentor students as they prepare for post-secondary life. And if you have, like me, if you spent 2 minutes with me, you've learned about my TikTok addiction, okay? And the first time that I was introduced to Rachel Proudy was through this clip that I am going to share with you all today. And after that, welcome Representative Proudy to the stage.
I'm not about to buck dance for the wealthy. I don't bootlick. Those poor people who work those 2 and 3 jobs, I thank the lady for Jackson for talking about me. Because I'm not going to be able to afford a house anytime soon as a millennial in this economy. She was talking about me. So no, it's not just our constituents back in our district that's telling you they need something. I'm telling you I need it now. I don't get to fly into session. I don't plug my car in. I have Walmart greeters in my family in their 60s and 70s. Y'all get to run for office. I have to borrow money to pay my taxes to sign that affidavit when we file for office so that I can run for office and not be lying on it. I have to borrow money for them fancy gold plates we have. So I don't know what a capital gains is about. I don't know that feeling. But I do know what it feels like when your stomach touch your back. That's what they talk about in my district in North St. Louis County, where their representative has to stand on this floor till our feet get raw. We talk about that. So I do appreciate the fact that there's 111 of you that are going to finally give my grandmother, my 84 and 3-day-old grandmother, the opportunity to get a break on her circuit breaker. Thank you. The same 84-year-old who had to work and get paid under the table for taxes. Well, she cleaned white folks' houses, they called her Mary, and she called them by Mr. and Miss. Those are the people I have in my district. I don't have the people who sit up and concern themselves with what boat they get to buy this year and what vacation they get to go on this year. They make bologna sandwiches and fold the bread in half so that they can feed their grandkids when they come from school because they can't afford child care. Those are the conversations we have in my district. So for all the monopoly men on the other side of campus twirling their rich mustaches and top hats talking about capital gains vacations and what their constituents talk about at their table, I love to be invited for some so I can cosplay wealth. But don't you dare sit here and talk about us on this side of the aisle who filed, the young man, the gentleman from St. Louis, the first bill he filed was to remove those taxes to help actual people. I can't even swim, as you all probably have guessed, by my skin color. I don't care nothing about no boat. Just pass the bill and stop trying to act like it's us over here when it's been you all the whole time. I'm grateful that these things are on this bill. I'm voting on it, but I'm grateful it's here. That I can get some kind of rebate or some reprieve from tampons while I still have to use them before I have to go get diapers for my age. Honey, I was fussing. Well, good evening, everyone. I am State Representative Rachel Proudy, and I have the absolute privilege of representing the 73rd District. The sister that was on stage previously sort of alluded to one of my favorite chants when we're outside is, "This is what democracy looks like. This is what trauma looks like." I couldn't do that. I'm not one to write speeches. If you see me looking down, I'm trying to keep track of time. As I tell people, I am Pentecostal raised. I could keep you here all night. And I'm a politician, so we'll be here. But I am grateful. Thank you to Keith. They are the ones who asked me to speak. And of course, Keith is my fave. So whenever they ask me to do something, I know it's something that I need to do and that the word message needs to be spread. So with that, I'll get started. The 73rd District has two critical important places, in my opinion, to the modern civil rights movement, and that is Ferguson, Missouri, where I live, and Kinloch, Missouri, which is the oldest Black municipality in the state of Missouri. And when we talk about things like environmental justice or injustice, my mind immediately goes to that space. It's somewhere that's so tangibly discarded. And believe it or not, there are about 200 people who live there, and they sure as hell deserve better than what they've been getting from their government. Can you all hear me? There we go. My line name, Fidelity, is Megaphone, so I'm used to this being loud and projecting, but I'll use the mic today. But yes, Kinloch is a result of multi-governmental failure. And though Kinloch is not my fault, it's certainly my responsibility. It's the first place I went and knocked doors when I started to think I was going to run for office. And it is a privilege. Are donating money to, who is selling out their communities for an opportunity to serve in this space, not even serve, but just to be here. The sister also said that power protects privilege, and she's absolutely right. In some instances, we have a little bit too much exclusionary in our revolutionary. And what I mean by that, brothers and sisters, is we're not going to gala and ball our way through the revolution. We aren't going to hobnob ourselves through the revolution. Now, in politics, it is true, absolutely true, that relationships are important. But I would urge anyone who is thinking about entering this space to be mindful of who you are trying to relationship with. I was thinking about Cat Williams when he said, you know, sometimes they'll invite you somewhere, and sometimes you got to tell them no. The same is true when you're in politics and you're talking about standing up for underserved communities, particularly when we're talking about environmental justice, because there are a lot of people who look like they're from the community. They're masquerading and using identity to hide who they are, infiltrating our spaces, and cosplaying. Yeah. They don't know what it's like when your stomach touches your back. They know what it's like to have a retirement. And if you're a millennial, we're cooked. They know what it's like to have a pension. And they are sitting in positions of power forever while our communities like Kinloch continue to deteriorate. There are a lot of folks like that is playing the talk game. And when they get to spaces of power, they're not speaking truth to it. Do understand there are people within our community, within our milieu, who have absolutely no interest in destroying and dismantling oppressive systems. They want to be the supervisor of it. They want to be the answer to person. So for anybody who's wondering how we got here and why it stays like this, when we're all voting mostly around here, left of center, I assure you it is because of that. One of the things that I learned when I got to Jefferson City, and when I speak to college students, they ask me, what's the most jarring or what's the most surprising thing you learned when you got there? And I'm going to be honest with you, I learned that a lot of people that I looked up to and revered are absolute trash. Because they could have done something. Doing something for Kinloch is not a novel idea. Doing something for Kinloch is a different thing when you're in that building. You wouldn't be surprised how many people who are Black, I'm not going to sugarcoat, who do not think Kinloch deserves to exist, who could not care less about Washington Park Cemetery. That's also mine. That, again, environmentally, they just took the highway through. A sacred place for Black folks. Wow. Black folks held position of power. The call to action is to make sure we're not getting enamored about getting these $250 chicken plate dinners, so we're not holding these people accountable. Not just to go down there and talk to those of us who are friendly. We get one crack at Mother Earth, one. And it is unfortunate that we are going to pass down to yet another generation Beta was born this year, this dystopian hellscape. Because we're too busy putting on our dresses and our Louboutin shoes and carrying on, talking to the same 2 scoops of people every time we go somewhere. Anywhere but outside. Anywhere but outside. That would be my call to action. Y'all, I'm tired of these people down there. When I tell you I don't like a lot of them, I mean what I said. Because they come knock on your door and they are lying. Right now, my friends are waging a fight, God bless them, against this data center in North St. Louis after St. Charles said no, which again, that political influence becomes important to those of us who are poor, not just come from poor. There's a difference here. My sister also said that we need to get some folks from these communities on these boards and commissions, and she's absolutely right. We also need them in office. The reason why they're not in these places, particularly whereas fiduciary, is because it's out of reach. We have too much exclusionary in our revolutionary. Particularly left of center, we have a bad habit of telling people what they need rather than listening to what they are telling us. If you've ever gone to a restaurant and you ask your waiter for a steak and they say, I brought you a salad because it looked like you need it, you're going to be livid. That's not service. That's paternalism. We get a little too high and mighty sometimes. It reminds me, as an elementary school teacher, of the story of the little red hen as well. Does anybody remember that? All right. Where the little red hen went to all of these different animals who lived amongst them. I like to think of my characters as gender fluid. Went to all of the other animals on the farm to ask for help. go to all of these wealthy, rich, white celebrity organizations and write to them and ask them for help because they drove through Ferguson, took some pictures and then left. I know that because I live in Ward 3. They didn't have time. They could not make time for little red hen. But when the bread was baked, everybody made a little time. Everybody comes to the ribbon cutting, the groundbreaking. Not everybody is going to take the time to understand what is needed when we're talking about environmental injustice, not just testing for radioactive waste. In North St. Louis County and Hazelwood, elected people who have served in state office, let them kids sit up there in a radioactive school because what is the community going to do? We're worried about saving money when the money belongs to the people, and that's who we should be using it for. That's the type of time we should be on. Sometimes the environmental inequity is so obvious, even we overlook it. Kinloch should not exist in the way it exists, in the place it exists, because every Black person should care about environmentalism because it's us with a quality of life and lifespan because the government is trying to kill you. Your government. I don't understand how people glaze politicians and put all their faith and hope in somebody who could sell their community out for a check. My call to action here is this. You hold these people accountable. I'm an employee of about 40,000 people. The video is nice. I have to work. Hold these people accountable, friends and all, because it's going to be you who have to live in the mess that they leave behind because we were too busy trying to do the electric slide bankhead bounce to hold the people we sent to these buildings to speak truth to power. That building is where power is. Nobody should be sitting down when they're talking about taking congressional districts or funding from St. Louis City Police or from St. Louis Public Schools. Nobody should be sitting there quiet when we do that. Everybody says the phrase, speak truth to power. And if your politician is not going to the place where power is, and we all do from City Hall to Congress, and speaking truth to the people who hold it, they're a waste of space. Thank you all.
All right, thank you guys so much. That is going to conclude today's conference. That was our last panelist, last speaker. I want to give a very big thank you to all of our panelists and moderators that has traveled far and wide. Even if you're local, thank you guys so much. We really appreciate the time and the effort you all put in to answering questions, coming down, participating, networking. I mean, it's really beautiful, and you guys have done such a great job to make this an incredible event. A big thank you to Harris Stowe State University for hosting us in this space. Also, very big, thank you again to SLU Law School who hosted our reception happy hour yesterday evening. A very big thank you again to our panelists and moderators. Just give yourselves a round of applause, okay? Very big thank you to Equity Legal Services. Of course, we are hosts for today's conference. We have worked very hard to put on a great conference for everyone. I believe we have one more word from someone, but yeah, I will leave you with that, and just give me one moment and we'll have someone give one more word and then we'll dismiss you guys. But thank you.
All right, so thank you so much for spending the day with us, traveling, taking out of your personal days, your professional lives. But a huge thank you goes to Harris Stowe State University. They allowed us to utilize this venue at no cost. They have been just extremely helpful throughout the entire process. And I want to give a special thanks to Dr. Terry Daly Davis as well. She sits on the Equity Legal Services Board. And she made this possible for us to be here, for us to have the technology. Thank you, JR, for your help and your team's help. Just thanks to all of you, right? None of this is possible. I think the theme of today has been without people power, right? There are systems in place, there are institutions in place, but at the end of the day, it's the people that make the difference, right? And so we couldn't have done this without your expertise, your experiences, your just all of it. So we don't take any of it for granted, and we certainly don't take your time and your resources for granted. So thanks again to Harris Stowe State University, and to all of you. And I think a few board members wanted to give you some wrap ups and thank you, but thank you so much.
I really hope that everybody had a good time. Yeah. Yes. Give it a round of applause for Equity Legal Services, everybody that participated. I know it was very enlightening information. There's a lot of information you can take back to your communities for your nonprofit organizations. And as president of the Equity Legal Services, I want to say thank you for taking time out of your day, for those who have traveled out here, or even those who may have went across the river to come over here to spend time throughout this Jury Monday day, morning or day. So before we go, we want to make sure that on behalf of the board, we want to say thank you to those who made it possible. So we want to thank Executive Director Nicole Nelson. Where is Nicole? Nicole. I told her don't move. And Kalia. Go Mob. I know, right? So the game plan was that they were supposed to be here and they was going to have the flowers. But as you know, they're really much involved in everything that they did. So we want to say thank you, Nicole. Get your flowers because you deserve them. Thank you very much. Kalia. Yeah, they can't sit still. Come on, Kalia. And Malika. On behalf of the Board of Equity Legal Services, I know there's nothing that we could provide of monetary value that could replace all the work, the effort, and energy that you have poured into this conference, from the phone calls, the sleepless nights, the emails, the text messages, and everything else like that. Packet sandwiches, right, Kalia? All that and stuff. We want to say thank you, because without you, this would not be possible. You started something, as I always said, being on a board for 7 years, we started off as a small, and still is a small grassroots organization. To see it not only grow and thrive, like the state representative was saying, you know, against a lot of forces that's here to try to stop you. And so for 7+ years, watching Equity Legal Services represent the people, even through different changes of administration, policies, nonprofits are shutting down. Equity Legal Services continue to fight the way. So hopefully these flowers will say that you're getting the flowers here while you can still appreciate it. And we want to say thank you and we love you. All right. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.